derivative still.
There she is. There she is.
Greetings and felicitations.
Welcome to Jill's.
Hello and welcome to
Really?
Plomeek Teatime number 67 and happy First Contact Day.
Yay.
So for First Contact Day, well, it's going to be First Contact Day on April the 5th, 2063. But while we are waiting for the Vulcans to get here, let's enjoy the movie that tells us about the time that the Enterprise has to go back in time and set things right. And that explains why we have a special guest today, Price of Reason, and he does some quantum leap broadcasts where Sam Beckett also goes back in time to set things right.
Right. And I a lot of times I see your streams, and it's about an episode also that maybe I haven't seen in a while. But this movie, I've seen it in recent years, and then I saw an invite, so I just said, you know what? Hopefully I won't mess things up for everybody here, but I remember enjoying the movie, so maybe I'll be good on the panel.
That's my thing. I think I really love this movie. I know I love it, but I have some problems with it. So I love it, and I know why people don't love it.
Oh, that'll be fun.
I think,
but I also want to introduce Scotty R37. Thank you so much for being here today to talk about First Contact. This stream, we decided on this one together. So,
well, you know, I adore this film. I think it is the Star Trek film that I've seen the most. It's not my favorite, but it is the one that I've seen the most. I've seen this in the Ontario Cinesphere on a giant IMAX projector. Now, this wasn't made in IMAX, but I saw it there. I saw it 3 times in theaters when it was released. And then I did have an opportunity to curate for a cinema in another Ontario town, Guelph, and we watched First Contact. So I've seen this movie in the theater more than any other Star Trek movie. I adore it. I also do not like parts of it, but it makes me so happy. And when I woke up this morning and I knew it was First Contact Day, it filled my heart with joy. So thank you for having me.
You're welcome. And we'll definitely, that's a good question, actually. PvP, welcome to the panel. Do you remember the first time you saw this movie?
Well, it's, this came out, 1995, I think it was. So it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure I actually did see this in a ginormous theater screen when it first came out. And I'm pretty sure I did, though I can't absolutely remember, but, because that's a long time ago, basically. It's almost 30 years now. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I did see it when it came out in the theater. And of course, on a giant screen, it's absolutely fantastic. Even on a small screen, watching it on my computer, last night and earlier today, it was like, wow, this is really a good looking film. Like, it's very well, the cinematography and everything is, I think the special effects, it's all a really solid film that way. So
definitely beautiful in that way. I definitely agree. And hello to Admiral Duke Shepard. How's your day? And when did you first see this movie?
Oh, I've seen this in a theater years ago, and I've seen it about 30 times already. And to me, I like it a lot because it shows how warp drive was developed. Without warp drive, we wouldn't have Star Trek.
Yes, that's my favorite aspect of this entire movie is the Phoenix. It's one of my favorite starships, number 2, only to the Enterprise in original 1701. But also we have a chat here today, and I want to say hello to Shooter 8323. This movie taught us anything is that Vulcans like booze. I don't know if he liked it, but maybe he was just like, I'm on Earth. They give me this drink. I'm gonna be nice and drink whatever this is.
I got a
feeling with metabolism like that, he could eat a bowl of termites and it wouldn't really affect him.
Right. Because alcohol doesn't affect Vulcans the way it does.
Just watching that last part of the movie, I got a feeling Zephyrin was really going to corrupt those Vulcans before they lifted off. So They might have taken a few bad habits back to Vulcan eventually. I'm thinking so. Yeah.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know.
Here is something I recovered from Earth. It's called bourbon.
Franco Walker says, please subscribe, share, hit the like, and select the live chat. And Eugene Bird says, if we met Jill first, we'd be a lot more respected. I totally get Troy's panic over Zephyr Cochrane. The nearest star is about 250,000 astronomical units away. And he says 162 astronomical units equals 1 light day. The nearest star is about 250,000 astronomical units away, and Voyager is only 162 away after 50 years. And we'll need more than this lower decks worthy version of Zephyr Cochrane to get noticed. Yeah, this Zephyr Cochrane is way different from the cutie in the original series. Anyway.
Did you call Glenn Corbett a cutie?
Yeah, he's adorable.
He's a good-looking man in his day, I'd say. I'd agree he was a handsome fellow.
I suppose. He was very charming.
Scotty R37 said, oh, he's singing a song.
Oh, do you want me to do it?
Please.
You wiggle and you shake like a big rattlesnake. You do the ooby dooby till you think your arm will break. Ooby dooby. Which is absolutely fantastic. Roy Orbison, right?
Roy Orbison is awesome. I love Roy Orbison. Yeah. He's great. Great singer.
Zephyr agrees. PvP, this is yours.
Okay, then I put in one of the other songs on the soundtrack by Steppenwolf, A Magic Carpet Ride. I like to dream, yes, yes, right between the sound machine. On a cloud of sound, I drift in the night. Any place that goes is right. Goes far, flies near to the stars away from here. I thought that was very appropriate for this film. Flying away to the stars, you know.
The way you sang it was very sort of spoken word Shatner-esque, so I appreciate that a lot.
Hey, this was the second album I ever bought. It's called Steppenwolf the Second, by the way, the album title. I bought it in 1971, my second rock and roll album I ever bought at the age of like 13 or whatever. So this song holds a special place to me in rock and roll, I gotta say, guys.
Well, and also speaking of soundtracks, I bought this, like the soundtrack to this specific film. I love the score, but it also has Ooby Dooby and Magic Carpet Ride on the soundtrack. I don't know who released it, and when I went up to the counter with my Star Trek First Contact soundtrack, it says Jerry Goldsmith on the front of it, and it's like a Jerry Goldsmith fan. I see. And he was making fun of me. And I was like, yeah. And got away with it scot-free. And it was amazing. And I popped it into the CD player in the dashboard of my Pontiac 6000. And it was the best.
Aw, that's a really nice story. I enjoy that. And Franco Walker says only 39 years until the Vulcans arrive. Yes, I'm waiting. Keith E says, hello, Franco and Chet. I'm going to be lurking. I am expecting a call here in about 15 minutes. We'll be back when I can. Great to see you, Keith. Hope everything goes well with that call. There's no chat here. Oh, Chet? There's no chat here, says Stone Rocket. I read Chet too. He meant chat.
Look at the people that wrote the story. Can you go back one there? Joe?
Yeah. Screenplay by story.
I think that's why this is such a good film, right? Because we got like some core Star Trek people here. Berman, Braga, Moore. It's like these are guys that get Trek, right? You know,
these are all the guys who wrote for The Next Generation, so they're the writers.
Exactly.
This is also
the film's so damn good, I think, is because you had the core writers that actually understood The Next Generation, right?
Well, but this is the same trio that gave us Star Trek Generations, which I love, but I know that it is frowned upon. And the only person's name that I wish were in here is Michael Piller. I love me some Michael Piller.
Oh, Michael Piller's good for character stuff. He really pulls that in particular. Eugene Bird says, even if we can warp around the galaxy one day faster than light, communication is going to be a real problem. unless we drag around one end of a wormhole with us, or they make unexpected advances. Yeah, because we don't really know about subspace communication yet and all those things. So that's true.
But we always make unexpected advances. I remember reading about when they first invented trains, and people said if you went faster than 80 miles an hour, you'd like die. Like
Go back in time.
Yeah.
If you hit 88
Well,
miles per hour.
I had a whole live stream about how it's probably, not possible to warp drive. So
No, but the human race always thinks we're limited,
but
and then
it's true.
we prove that we can pass our limitations, which is why I love Star Trek so much, Joe.
Yeah, definitely. And we explored those possibilities as well. And that was a lot of fun. Oh, Franco's got a DVD box set of TOS and the first 7 films in VHS. Wow. Well, yeah, that counts for something as long as you got a VHS player still. Mine broke a long time ago.
Yeah, I used to have the VHS box set with the 7 films, but I got rid of it because it's like, yeah, those players ain't playing anymore.
Hey, Mikey Sue's 4 in the chat. Great to see
Mikey
you.
Sue's.
As well as Opus. Quantum entanglement holds promise for faster than light communication. Wow, that sounds official. Opus, thank you. I was going to put I lost my heart to a Starship Trooper, but it's the wrong film. I love Starship Troopers.
I lost my heart to a Starship Trooper. Anyway, sounds like a song. Hey, Bird of Prey 5, Kapla.
Hey,
Bird. Well,
Kapla.
That's a weak
Suzanne Eckstein, hello. I know.
Sue.
It was like a very relaxed one.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm tired. Sorry.
Joel Untrue.
Okay. Kapla! Is that better?
There you go.
Oh, man, you got stuff all over my face. Damn it.
Yeah. You gotta be careful not to spit when you're talking.
Yeah, really.
I gargled, my God.
Hey, Klingons aren't afraid of spitting when they're talking. Come on,
Yeah,
they're
right.
Klingons.
Yeah. FKHC 2005. Hello. And hello, of course, to Pop Culture Curator. Great to see you here.
Hey, Pop, what's up?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so I had to step away to see what that was about. Stone Rocket says, I'd rather pick my feet and Poughkeepsie than review this movie. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you're here in the chat.
Yeah, I'm glad you're not here on the panel if you're
Oh my
that
God.
negative, Stone.
Well, but I love hearing all opinions. Diversity of thought is very important to me, and I'm glad you're here in the chat. That way we can ascertain your thoughts.
But picking your feet, that seems a bit extreme.
Don,
I could save that maybe for Nemesis, but not this movie.
Don Ranger Power says,
Don.
Sparks Raid. Hall Sparks Raid. Wow, Raid.
Sparks
great. Well, from Don Ranger Power. He's a cool dude. Happy First Contact Day, fellow Trekheads. Hope everyone is well. Also, happy Super Sentai Day. That one I did not know. Speaking of Sentai, what do you think of my new Boomger profile pic?
Huh?
Well, avatars are a little small, but it looks cool.
Well, I guess that's appropriate for a Power Ranger fan, I would think.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. You got to know, Donnie. I didn't get past the ones where they turned in their little dinosaurs turned into a robot. They had these little dinosaur vehicles, and they got together to make a robot. After that first Power Rangers, I didn't watch anymore.
Alrighty then.
I'd rather watch And the Children Shall Lead than review this movie. No, wait, strike that one because that's going too far. Oh, okay. Oh, you almost had me there, Stone Rocket. Not my Zephram Cochrane. Well, yeah, not mine either. But I still like him. I like the other one better.
That's a sticking point for a lot of people that don't like this movie is Zephram Cochrane in this movie. But you know what? I've watched this film probably at least half a dozen times over the years since I first saw it, and I actually thought watching it last night, I was kind of looking at it with a critical eye, and I thought, you know what? I can kind of buy Zefram Cochrane in this film because, it kind of humanizes him, I thought, right? Because, I mean, let's face it, in Metamorphosis, he's a very idealized version of Zefram, right? But, we have to remember that the companion had rejuvenated him and almost made him into, for my money, I'm thinking a different person, right? So it kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say later on in the broadcast, but it's okay we bring this up now because that's how I feel about it. Is that Zefram Cochrane started off this way. He didn't find much value in it, like he was a scientist and everything, and he made the warp drive, but he had more fun drinking and everything. And what happens is when he actually does go into warp in this movie, you see him go, wow. It's
But
like
the
Earth
actor
is
they
so
chose was kind of
small.
old, though.
Yeah, exactly. And so the explanation for that is after this is my explanation anyway, is that after he goes into warp and he sees the majesty of space and he's like, okay, I forget about it. I did a good thing here and I like it. And so then according to TOS, he apparently eventually goes to Alpha Centauri or something, and and stuff happens and he does things, and then he meets up with the companion who offers him eternal life and all this, and he heals him, and so the healing makes him younger, and also looking like a completely different person, maybe the way the companion wanted him to be. I have no idea.
That's the thing. Like the companion could have, rejuvenated him in a way that the companion liked, right? So, I mean, we're never clear on that, but that's just like, theoretical stuff, right?
It's my story, and I'm sticking to
I
it.
mean,
Yeah.
James Cromwell is a good actor. I just feel like they didn't really think it through. But I guess he could explain. Maybe he spent time in different places and he aged differently.
Well, it was originally offered to Tom Hanks.
Oh yeah, that's true. Tom Hanks. Let me see where
Interesting.
that is.
And the only reason was, I don't know, he was off winning Oscars. But like, this is a star-studded film. We have Alfre Woodard, we have James Cromwell. Like, I think that this is a great performed movie. Everyone fulfills their roles, and I don't know, maybe it's me and I'm willing to suspend my disbelief to a Glenn Corbett and James Cromwell look nothing alike, but I like seeing James Cromwell as Zefram Cochrane, and then see the later version, which is a much older version in the companion episode. What is it called? What's the companion episode called?
Metamorphosis.
I'll still keep calling it the companion episode. Anyway, so like I think that it's great in terms of development of character, and being a James Bond fan, recasting things doesn't bother me.
No, and James Cromwell is a good actor. I mean, he looks nothing like the guy in Metamorphosis, but and he has a different vibe. But you can explain that somehow, I guess. And James Cromwell is a good actor. That I'll
Yeah, I
get.
think so. I think it's just a different time in Zefram Cochrane's life, and he has a different perspective on life. And once he goes into warp drive and he sees what he's done, he has a different life afterwards.
Well,
once
for me,
he sees what he's done, when he finally, like, don't forget all of the nihilistic and acquisitional nature of Zefram Cochrane in this movie is before he shakes hands with a Vulcan.
Yeah, right. And when he says, "Oh, this is at the end of the movie," but I have clips.
Well, bounce around.
I just want to.
Wait a second. I was on something here.
They're really from another world.
Yeah.
By the way, I love Zefram's coat there. That's an awesome coat. Like, that is a cool coat.
Oh boy.
And also,
okay, here I am.
It blows my mind because Jonathan Frakes is a tall man, and James Cromwell dwarfs him. And I do appreciate almost the symbolic, but it's not symbolic. It is just the nature of two men. Riker is looking up to Zefram Cochrane at the end of the movie. And it's like, wow, it is inspiring. Like, even like visual storytelling, it makes me so happy.
Well, yeah, exactly. And this is the I like, one of the reasons I like this movie is because it's like my favorite segment. Well, the Zefram Cochrane part is like my favorite segment from Rocky and Bullwinkle, which is the improbable history with Mr. Peabody. So just with the Enterprise crew making sure an important figure does his important task instead of instead of the talking dog and his boy.
I gotta say, it's awfully nice to be on a stream with somebody that knows about Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Oh yeah, I used to wake up early and watch
Oh,
Smurfs and Rocky and Bullwinkle.
I
And hello
devoured
to
that series years ago. Yeah.
Brogu. Hello, Brogu.
Brogu.
And
By the way,
yeah,
well, whenever I just want to make a comment about Metamorphosis.
sure, go ahead.
for it.
Well, I think, when you think about the title of the TOS episode, Metamorphosis, it's, if you really think about it, that does explain a lot about Zefram Cochrane, because when you think about, the term metamorphosis, that's all about a biological transformation, right? Like from a pupae into a butterfly or whatever. Like it's a very, very distinct change from one form to another. So I think, the title metamorphosis actually means a lot, in the sense that, this Zefram Cochrane could be transformed, in that episode into a totally different form of Zefram Cochrane. So to me, it makes a lot of sense.
Well, do you want to get into Zefram Cochrane of Alpha Centauri?
No, I'm not saying it's a major, thing I care about, but I'm just saying the title does suggest a transformation, and which I'm okay with, right? Like, I know it bugs the hell out of some people, but I'm good with it personally.
But
myself.
I just want to say hello to Lord Thoth. I want to say hello to everybody before I get straight into what all the things that I got to say.
Sorry for screaming.
If they had gone into the past, why not during the Ice Age or something? So the FKHC, they were gonna do like medieval times or something, and they were like, "Oh no, none of this is working." And so they thought, why not pick the what started Star Trek, like the very beginning? And I like that they did that.
That makes sense.
Oh, you mean the Borg? You mean why didn't the Borg go? Like, why didn't the Borg go before, like, well before Zefram Cochrane was even born, and just assimilate the world when everybody was in the medieval age? And then Zefram Cochrane would definitely not be able to make the ship. You're right.
Why, Jill? Why didn't the Borg go back and assimilate Edith Keeler?
Why not?
Like, it would have made sense, because then she would have been an unstoppable power that would have allowed World War II to go differently. Like, it would be a whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. But no, they decided to go back and stop the Vulcans from interacting with humans, and that was their jam. That was their goal.
And that was their mistake. And that's the thing.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't like time travel. And so that is a big gaping plot hole. And of course, this movie does operate on a malleable timeline, which doesn't make sense because of the paradoxes that occurred that changed history. And however, since that's how this movie's written, I'll accept it as reality of the story, even though it doesn't make sense.
If they'd assimilated Edith Keeler, then there would have been no Federation. There would have been no movie, right? So.
Well, no,
exactly. But that's what the Borg want.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there would have still been no movie, because it just would have been like a 10-minute movie, right?
The Borg would just be happy assimilating everybody.
So we'd have like an hour and a half of the Borg celebrating.
Oh my gosh. I didn't see that. What happened? Oh my goodness.
Eugene Bird. Eugene Bird with his little pair on a rocket ship.
Oh,
he's
thank
seen
you so much,
another
Eugene Bird.
world. Eugene Bird is also a fantastic supporter of the Phantasmagorium, and so I do want to thank Eugene Bird for supporting creators across the board.
Yeah.
Did you say creators across the board or across the Borg?
With a hard D.
Either or.
Yeah.
My congratulations, Captain. Dazzling display of logic.
Now, here's something that you yourself, Jill, has said that you don't appreciate, and I'm totally fine with it. And I think that this is a separation between you and I. Is Picard can hear the Borg, like he's got like a telekinesis, or he's like Professor X.
Right. Because after Best of Both Worlds, they took out all the Borg implants. They took out all the Borgy stuff.
They still say that there are things in his prefrontal cortex. There's still remnants that you can't take out.
Hey, but where in this movie did they say that?
In this movie? Sorry, I was referring to Best of Both Worlds from TNG. They say it in TNG. Yeah.
Did they? Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
In fact, TNG ignores it in Descent. So, no, Picard does have remnants of Borg technology in his noggin.
Well, what was the episode after he was assimilated and then he, was freed when he went back?
Family.
Yeah.
That's
like, was there any mention in that episode of any residual effects? I think there might have been. Like,
there's no word cortex. They don't say cortex. They don't say brain. They don't say
brain and brain. What is brain?
Components. But was he not still suffering from after effects in the family episode? Like, I thought it might have been. Like, it's been so long since.
Well, it was more like PTSD or something. It wasn't that he was picking up Borg signals.
But this is my first problem with this movie, is that it is presented in this film that Picard has some unresolved PTSD situations because of the Borg.
But
allow me to finish my thought, if I may.
Okay.
And the thing is that he addresses it in Borg with Hugh, and he is absolutely nonplussed by the Borg in Descent. So, like, all of this fantastic that we're watching right now, I don't think it holds water. I think it's a retcon that makes it so that Picard is not over his initial assimilation, when in the television series he clearly was.
Well, right. He got over it in family really fast. And
don't you think
right. So he should be in this one, they're making him more filled with revenge and all this and vengeance and things.
Well,
and so they're giving him these different feelings that he didn't go through in TNG because he kind of got over it pretty quick. You're right. I agree with that.
But don't you think sometimes people have a really awful experience that traumatizes them badly, and they think they've gotten through it and they think they've worked, through the situation, but maybe a few years later they realize they haven't, and there's still aspects of it that are haunting them? Like, is that not possible?
I guess that's possible that something could resurface, but the only thing I wanted to mention was that at the end of Best of Both Worlds, he does still have Borg components, but they're visible, and you suspect that they get rid of all of those, even, I guess they don't explain it well enough, and so you can say maybe something was left behind, but nobody ever says that. Nobody ever says, oh, he's still got some Borg in him.
So, didn't think I'd hear that phrase today.
It's kind of it's just left up in the air.
Well,
so they're like, okay,
I think it's a plot. It's obviously a plot device to drive the movie forward, though, is what I'm thinking, guys. Like,
definitely, it makes for movie drama. That's what it is.
That's right.
We can just say that every complaint I have about this movie will be that.
Captain's log, April the 5th, 2063.
Is that from Cochrane? Of Alpha Centauri? The discoverer of the space warp?
That's right, Captain.
I
Captain,
feel.
Why are we out here chasing?
Oh, so what's up?
Well, I just feel a bit ripped off. 2063. I'd have to make it to almost 105 years old, and I think I'm going to probably miss First Contact by maybe 15 years. Like, I'm a bit disappointed, you know.
Yeah, well, no
Don't
one's going to
feel
see the
bad.
last James
Don't
Bond
feel bad.
movie. Get over it.
Oh, who wants to see the last? I didn't even want to see the last James Bond movie after I walked out of paying $15 to see it.
The last James Bond movie wasn't very good, to be
Oh,
honest.
I hated it. Yeah, I agree, man.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mr. Miles. If the companion's never seen another human, why would it want to alter its appearance? Yeah, so it doesn't make any sense, but there you go.
Well, it's like it had no template for what a human should look like, so it just altered him in the form it chose, right?
Well, that's what happened to Vina with the Telosians.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But in this instance, I think that the companion may have reconstructed, like as Zephram Cochrane says, he was drifting through space and dying, and the companion found him and saved him. Maybe the companion reconstructed him into his idealized appearance.
Well, the companion was female, you know.
Oh, okay. What Zephram Cochrane wanted, how he perceived himself.
Maybe the
That's
companion
more possible.
found that version of him appealing, you know. Like
the only thing I disagree with is that why did Zephram Cochrane want to be shorter?
I don't think he had a choice when the companion rejuvenated
Yeah, he wouldn't
him.
want to be shorter. You're right. That wouldn't have happened.
She just
I
did
don't
her
like
magic.
reaching for things.
I don't think he had a list of like, do you want to be tall? Do you want to be short? Do you want to be fat? Do you want to be skinny? It's like,
Maybe you prefer to be long in other places.
Yeah.
Well, and another this is a very relevant and valid point, is looking at the math of the situation that Stone Racket is doing here, which I've also thought about, is Zephram Cochrane was born in 2030, so he was in his early 30s when he invented space warp. Cromwell was over 20 years too old for this part, and I think somebody said because of the World War or something, he had like radiation poisoning that made him look old. But I don't know.
Well, I don't want to disagree with Stone
you're right.
Racket, but
I'm not. I was just giving the excuse, and I do.
No. But where is the birth of Zephram Cochrane sort of canonical? Did they say in Metamorphosis when he was born?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I wouldn't
It's
even
not in
remotely...
Metamorphosis, or is it?
Maybe in Enterprise, don't they? Or I feel like he appeared in Enterprise, or he's referred to in Enterprise.
He appeared in Enterprise much older.
Yes.
That's one problem, though, when you have a franchise that's been going for like 60 years, like Trek has, right? Because you get different interpretations by different writers, and sometimes they might, make a goof and get the continuity wrong. Because there's a line coming up towards the end of this film that I have a big issue with, but we're not there yet, so I'm not going to spoil it. But yeah,
don't spoil it.
No, we'll get there.
Okay.
Damn writers. Damn writers.
It has to do with Cochrane once again.
Mr. Miles says the companion had run into a Time Lord earlier and used their tech to regenerate Cochrane. It explains everything. Oh, wow. Thank you, Mr. Miles. I like anyone's explanation because I love this movie so much. Do you think the companion knew the Magic Carpet Ride song by Steppenwolf? I assume it was on his shuttle. Yes.
That's such a good song. Oh, I love that song. I love Steppenwolf. I'm a big Steppenwolf fan.
I love Magic Carpet Ride very much, and I especially enjoy the cover that is done for this movie. But the thing that I love
no, it's not a cover. That's Steppenwolf.
No, it's a cover. It's a cover.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, look it up.
No, it's not. That's John Kay's vocals. I recognize that voice anywhere.
And I will move on as to oppose confrontation.
Hey, I've been listening to that song since 1971, Scotty. Sorry.
Wait, what's the question?
Same here.
My question is, which is better, Magic Carpet Ride or Ooby Dooby?
Oh, Magic Carpet Ride.
That's a different question.
As much as I love Orbison, I don't think Ooby Dooby's one of his best songs.
It's one of my faves.
Well,
Keith says they mentioned April 4th, 2063 in the movie. Is that where we're doing this today? Just wondering. Yeah, they mentioned that as the day before First Contact, April 5th, First Contact Day.
Although I haven't watched the movie in a few years, it is possible that maybe sometimes artists later on in their career, they re-record a known song. So maybe they used Steppenwolf, but maybe a different version. That could be the reason why you're splitting hairs.
I've heard that song
That is
100 times, and it sounds like the original recording to my ears. So I don't know.
That's fair enough.
PvP, you need to make a video about it.
That's
Penny,
fair enough. I've always thought that song
Anyway.
is kind of overrated, personally. I mean, I feel like it's overused at this point. I don't know if overrated is the word. It's kind of, sometimes there's a song and I feel like I've heard it too much and I don't need to hear it anymore.
Are you talking like Stairway to Heaven?
Yeah, I mean, that also is a song like that. It's not that I don't acknowledge that it's a good song, but I'm not going to go put it on because I probably have heard it too many times.
Well,
So
it's one of their biggest hits. So it's like, yeah, it does get played a lot, right? That's why I never listened to classic rock radio, because they played the same damn songs over and over again until I want to,
Yeah, Penny
slam my head
says,
against the wall.
just pulled into the driveway. Be right back, unloading groceries. All right,
Hey,
Penny
Penny.
got finished with
Hey,
her shopping.
Penny, what's up? I
Awesome.
like
Be
Penny.
careful. Be
Penny
careful with the eggs.
And
Yeah, don't damage those groceries.
make sure to not leave stuff out that needs to be in the refrigerator.
Oh, that's a good comment.
Mr. Miles says, I assume Picard had some nanites floating around in his brain. Not enough to assert control or replicate, but enough to maintain a connection in close proximity. I just wanted somebody to say it. I don't mind any explanations. I just want...
That's possible, actually. You never know, right?
Like all the questions we have about Cochrane, they could have been answered if somebody just talked about it.
Right, and it makes sense that if there's still something. I mean, even in Star Trek Picard Season 3, don't they confirm that there's still something? Or maybe not. Maybe that's
yeah,
No, they do.
but they do.
They
but
do confirm it.
I don't. Well, yeah, for that series, but I don't actually recognize it as Star Trek. But if you do, then I respect your decision.
But here's the thing.
That's the nicest way I can put it.
And I saw a side-by-side comparison, and they were talking about that, and there were questions as to whether or not there were like things going on, like, I don't know, there was a bunch of metal in Picard's brain, and they reference Best of Both Worlds Part 2, and they say that it's like, well, there's some stuff that's still going on in your brain. We can't get that out. So it is still, I hate to say canonical, because then people are going to start throwing flames at me. But it is still something that says...
I do want to say something. First of all, the first two seasons of Picard are an embarrassing disaster of epic proportions. I don't recognize them as anything, and I don't recognize any of that Kurtzman stuff. All of his stuff to me is not Trek, so it's not that I suddenly think that all the stuff there is good. Somehow, the third season of Picard, because of Terry Matalas, I felt that at least he made an effort to do something that wasn't hating on the fans, so I kind of am okay with it. But I also respect people that may say, I don't consider that anything. They don't deserve my viewership. I respect that as well. So just to put it out there that I'm not a Kurtzman Trek fan at all. The opposite.
Yes.
Yeah, season 3 of Picard actually was very divisive in the community, from what I've noticed. People talking.
Tell me about it.
But no, I'm just saying, there were people that loathed it. There were people that thought it was good. People
I loathe it, and Scotty liked it a little bit, but not really. The thing is that
let PvP finish. Let PvP finish.
Nothing that you're saying.
I just wanted to finish and say, I did give it a shot. I thought, okay, a lot of people are saying this is worthwhile. I watched the first 5 because I think Jill and Scotty, you watched a lot of it too. And I gave up after 5 episodes because there was just too much for the Next Generation crew, the characters just didn't ring true to me anymore. They didn't seem like to be themselves, and there were, I'm not going to go into details because that's not what we're here to talk about. But
No,
I just found it disappointing, and after 5 episodes, I just said I'm done. I've had enough, and that was it.
hey man, that's rad.
It wasn't perfect. Even I am not claiming that it was perfect. I was just saying that I thought that there was at least some goodwill there that to not completely take a dump on it. But I can understand if somebody didn't like it. I respect that as well.
Well, he Jared Matalis kind of likes the movies, but he doesn't get the TV show. He doesn't get Deep Space Nine and everything. All the elements that he brings in from the actual Star Trek doesn't flavor into Star Trek Picard season 3 in any way that makes it jive with me. But the only thing that I'll give it is exactly what the production designer Doug Drexler says, is that every single Kurtzman Trek is a completely different timeline, and so this is a completely different timeline from everything. Also,
the only thing I will say,
accept it as Star Trek, so I go a little further than he does.
The only thing I will say about Star Trek Picard season 3 is that it is better than Nemesis.
But Nemesis is a part of real Star Trek, even though it's not good, and at least it's only a couple hours. This is a whole 10 hours.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
You know what? And being a fan of Star Trek and being able to play in the sandbox and having an affection, it means like we've always, and when I say we, I mean Star Trek fans, we've always nitpicked. We've always sort of compared. I still think that Spock's brain is a good episode. Come at me. It's fine.
I like McCoy performing surgery and being able to do something he's never been able to do before, having some special knowledge. It's a silly episode, but I have fun.
Everybody has fun. Come on, that's
you're talking about good. You're talking about good Star Trek. This is not something that I'm nitpicking. This is straight up Kurtzman Trek, where they make the Starfleet and the Federation look evil and sinister. And
it's better than Nemesis.
I think it's worse than Nemesis because it doesn't.
Well, that's your problem.
It is my problem because it does more disrespect to Star Trek than Nemesis ever could. But
no, not true. Disagree. Hard disagree. Well, but that's not why we're here today, Jill.
But Nemesis doesn't make the Federation passively complicit in the actions of Section 31.
No, it makes it aggressively complicit in showing up on a new planet with a dune buggy and firing photon torpedoes at a native population.
Was stupid. You know what?
Yeah.
I had the misfortune of making the mistake of watching the first episode of STD yesterday. That was a bad decision, but they did a scene like that, but worse.
Oh no.
God. I don't even want it.
You watched STD and you didn't watch season 3 of Picard? I mean, season 3 of Picard is...
No, I
watched it.
I watched season 3 of Picard and I didn't like it.
That's fair enough. But STD is the worst. That's not anything.
That's not even worth talking about. No, I agree.
I refuse to put it on. I don't even want to. I don't want to know even what happens there.
Well, I'm gonna go have a cigarette while you clean this up because I don't want to talk about STD.
Guess what? I don't either. But
can we get back to the movie?
We'll get back to the movie, but this topic was brought up, and so I have to close it up, just like Scotty just said. So anyway, I just wanted to say, I don't like Star Trek Picard season 3 because they have the Federation just giving Section 31 a Daystrom Institute station to perform torture on, and so they just make the Federation war criminals on top of genocide, and it's just.
Hey, have you heard
there are a lot of things that I don't like about it, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
They're producing the Section 31 series. It'll be out soon, Jill.
Wow,
is that great or what?
No. But you know what, guys? I don't want to make this about that. Thank you, guys.
Let's get back. I knew
that it was going to have to come up at some point. So I'm glad we at least touched on it.
Got it out of our system.
Oh yeah, it's out of my system.
That was good. I've only seen this film once in theater as well as Generations. I didn't like either of these TNG films. The last decent Trek film was Galaxy Quest. I love Galaxy Quest. So good.
Yeah, that's a great
yeah.
film.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite movies. It's in my top 10 at least.
What I love about Galaxy
movies.
Quest is it's a parody of Star Trek, but it's like a heartfelt
It's
love of
more
Star
than a
Trek.
parody. Yeah, no, it
It
is.
gets Star Trek, right, Jill? It can mock it and love it at the same time, which is I think the best thing about the film.
It makes fun without ridiculing.
Well, yeah, exactly. It sees the the maybe the some of the absurd aspects of Star Trek, because we know there are some that are there, but it also gets the love of the fans and why we love the show and why it's such a great show is because there is a core there of true heartfelt
yes.
humanity, right?
Absolutely. I love that movie. Dalek451 says, "Hi, everybody. According to the math,
Hey,
the
Dalek.
year 2267 minus 150 years living with the companion minus his age of 87 when he landed on Gamma Canaris, Zephyr Cochrane will be born in 2030. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Oh, you've done okay. That works for me.
Wow.
Okay, so the math.
Jeez, you put a lot of time into that stone racket. Oh, wow.
Okay. So he's using the time from the star date of Metamorphosis, and they use the 150 years from how long he was living with the companion. And okay,
interesting.
And I guess they say he's 87 in Metamorphosis, and so then he has the math here. There you go. I want to copy that. Where's it?
Well, it was 87 when he landed.
I like this. This is gold. Thank you, Stone Racket.
This does kind of point out sometimes that the different writers over different decades can come up with inconsistencies, it seems, Jill.
Well, yeah, and it is the job of people who come after to make sure things line up. And so I guess maybe they didn't really worry about that when they made this movie. Shield Wall Dragons.
People are people,
Shield
though.
Wall Dragons.
People make mistakes,
It's not the end of the world.
Hello,
Booger 414.
The end of the world.
I know I'm getting here for the end, but stopping by for a bit. No, actually, we're
still in the first 5 minutes of the movie because
I'm trying. Well, because I'm trying to say hello to the chat here, and we got quite the chat. I think I'm almost there.
We need Gorilla.
Hello, chat. I don't know. Well, there he is. See, Gorilla says, "Busy day."
There he is.
I'll have to watch later. Have a great stream. Well, I did put the link in the group chat if he wants to show up, but I don't know if he's busy.
It sounds like he's a working man today.
Yeah, probably.
We need Mikey up here to read all this, just like he did on my 2000 party. He did a great job reading the whole chat. He did a great job.
Lord Thought says, "I love the Nemesis poster. The colors, awesome." The poster. He loves the poster. Yeah, if that's as far as you get with Nemesis, you've done a good job.
I don't like the Nemesis poster. I hate the Nemesis poster with Shinzon holding his knife above his head.
I want to talk about First Contact. I'm going to ignore any Nemesis comment.
Hey, hello to Canadian Spider-Man. So great to see you. And Herc 130 also. So
hi, boy. Herc alert.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't mean to be adversarial. I don't mean to be
contrarian. Cam. No, you're doing great. You're doing fantastic. I'm enjoying the time.
Great.
Oh, and Sonrak says, "I did watch the PCB review of Galaxy Quest. Jill was awesome on that panel. Thank you, Stone Racket. I put a lot of work into that one, and I'm glad it worked out."
Don't forget to subscribe to Overlord DVD. Great supporter of this channel and of Jill.
Yes, and Spooky Bed Hair. Hello, Franco. Hello, Spooky Bed Hair. I haven't seen you before. So glad you're here. My favorite and worst Star Trek movie. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Like, I give it an A, but it doesn't deserve it at all.
You know what? Like, when I was a younger man, I absolutely adored this movie for Borg battles And then as I got older, I was like, you know what? My favorite part of this movie is all Zephram Cochrane. So I don't care about any of the Borg stuff. I only care about First Contact and
Speaking
the
of Borg
first
stuff,
warp flight.
I just
yeah, that's the best part to me too.
So LDG thinks this is the worst Star Trek movie. Am I reading that correctly?
I'm fine with that. Thanks,
Well,
LDG.
okay, so this is worse than Nemesis.
That's
just his
not
opinion.
accurate.
I don't agree, but that's just
I
his
think
opinion.
this is far. I mean, I think there's a lot of Star Trek.
I'm not worried
5.
about different opinions.
I can think of 3 or 4 movies that I put way under this one, like way under this one.
Captain, why are we out here chasing comets? They believe that a man who was once captured and assimilated by the Borg should not
if I had
be
to
put in
put
a
this movie
situation where he would face them again.
If I had to put this movie shoulder to shoulder with Star Trek 5, this is obviously better. But I do, like, technically better. Like, everything about this movie is good. However,
we are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships.
If I had a choice between putting on First Contact or Final Frontier, I would probably put on Final Frontier.
I wouldn't.
Well, I'm not trying
I'd
to
watch
compare.
Nemesis before I'd watch Star Trek Final Frontier personally.
Well, there's your problem. But and
I like Star Trek 5 better. Star Trek 5 is better than Nemesis.
Yay! Oh my god!
I think they both
Can you
suck.
send that as a tweet?
They both suck.
Tweet.
I never have need to watch either one of them again, really.
Well,
neither of them are the franchise best.
I'll never forget.
Look, it's a Defiant, guys. Why is it here
that
instead
was
of fighting
cool.
at the? Why isn't it fighting the Dominion? I don't know, but it was made to fight the Borg.
Hey, it was nice to see it show up, though. You got to
That's
say.
right.
It's because we need Worf.
Well, yeah, of course.
Kira's not on
we
the
always
ship
need
or anything.
Worf. Come on.
Well,
only
that's
thing-
also. Sorry.
Finally, we're getting a little bit into the movie. That's great.
The only thing I can say about Nemesis is that it has a young Tom Hardy, which is kind of surprising.
I actually like Tom Hardy in that film.
I thought he was pretty good too, actually.
Yeah, I think Nemesis gets a lot of shit. Like, I mean, it's not a great movie,
It's
but
not
I didn't
great.
think
It's
it was
not great.
awful. I thought it was a decent
I thought
movie.
it was awful.
I did too.
Well, I'll tell you, I watched that over what was it, Insurrection, which I absolutely hate. I hate that.
I like Insurrection. Someone had to convince me.
Garbage.
Someone had to
I think it's
convince
bad
me,
too.
but I think it's
sucks.
okay.
It sucks, donkey.
Well, you're a donkey, so maybe you just want.
Distinctive.
Not on your
To our own. Your culture will adapt to service us. Resistance.
I do.
Resistance is futile.
The creepy Borg talk is always great in these movies, though.
Yeah, but that's part of the reason why this movie is sort of divergent from the initial conception of the Borg. Is that they were a homogenous. They were terrible.
Basically communism, right?
Well, yes, and it was terrifying that your individualism would be ripped away from you by this cybernetic species. And I thought that was always the most terrifying thing about the Borg. And one of the problems with this movie is that we get Alice Krieg as the Borg Queen. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh no, there's someone who's controlling it with agendas. And it's like, that's not what the Borg were when they were first introduced in Q Who. Like
that's my problem with this movie too, exactly.
But isn't it possible that the Borg would develop and they possibly would develop a leader at some point?
In 6 years?
Hey, they're the Borg. You never know what they're capable of. Just saying, I mean,
no, I
wouldn't say it's impossible.
Well, I'm not saying it's impossible in terms of science. I'm just saying in terms of thematically, as a villain, part of the reason that they were terrifying is because they were without individualism. They were just a collective force. It's like yelling at a hurricane.
They had no soul, in other words.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's the
And
thing. I get your point, Scotty, that the Borg Queen obviously is an individual, and she's obviously self-actualized to some point because she's self-aware, right? Whereas a lot of the drones, they're just drones, and they just do they're like cogs in a machine, right? They just do their thing.
right.
That's
So
right.
I totally get what you're saying, but I still find it interesting that the Borg had evolved to a point where they had there was a leader, and I think once again, a lot of it has to do with the plot of the movie. Just it just has to be a part of the movie plot, right? Because the whole thing with Data. Well, I'll get to that. I don't want to get
Well,
started.
Alice Krieger does a wonderful job with
Oh,
how the
she's
movie's
awesome.
written,
She's
but
awesome.
I agree with Scotty, because at one point the writers try to hand wave away exactly what the audience is thinking. Data says that is a contradiction. The Borg have a collective consciousness. There are no individuals.
The thing is, though, I think the interaction between the
But
Borg Queen and
we're
Data
doing
is a
this
key part of
anyway.
the film.
Yeah.
But how does the Borg Queen retort that argument?
Oh, love the tough little ship line here, by the way.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
nice.
I'll play that one in just a minute.
Deep Space Nine reference. I love it.
Oh man, where's my?
Well, and in terms of the production, it was crazy because they didn't I think it was Ira Stephen Bear they were going to destroy the Defiant, and they were like, no, F all that noise, Silent Bob.
They already did that.
No,
or they
they
were
did it
going to. Oh, they
after.
haven't done
They
it
did it
yet. They haven't done
after.
it yet.
The
They did it on
Cheyenne.
Deep Space
Thank
Nine. Deep
you.
Space Nine has to do it.
Yes.
And that makes sense.
But again, it's one of those things where this is an amalgamation of the absolute high point of Star Trek, like mid 90s. We have 2 Star Trek series on the air. We have Voyager. Well, no, Voyager's on here, as we'll see, because we get
yeah,
an
well, we get the
EMH.
EMH, but that's not the EMH. That's not the Doctor from Voyager. It's just a random EMH who.
Well,
but
I still like
it's
to see him, though.
still Robert Picardo. Yeah, I still love seeing him.
Yeah.
And okay, so you asked a question earlier when Data says there are no individuals, and the Borg Queen says, "I am the beginning, the end, the one who is many," and so that's her response to that. But it doesn't really work. It doesn't really track for me.
The Omega.
Because
the beginning.
Because now they're multiple. Now they're multiple. They're no longer a collective. This is now a singular. This is now because they even say Picard says at the end, the Borg Queen was unique. Well, if she's unique. Now I love this movie so. Then they're not all one. So I love this movie so much that I came up with a solution that makes me happy. Almost made me happy, but then the movie messes it up. But I still want to mention it. They used to be, I'd like to say that they used to be a single collective, but after Picard failed to destroy the Borg by sending Hugh in with the virus to destroy them, Hugh instead infected everyone with individuality. And that's how, after the events of the Borg might decide to have a hierarchy. But this movie ruins it when it shows wait a minute. But this movie ruins it when it shows that Locutus and the Borg Queen met in Best of Both Worlds. So that doesn't that theory doesn't work.
Well, but I do have a theory in terms of how Locutus and the Borg Queen sort of met. Is that if you are connected to the collective, then
they were connected at some point.
Exactly. Yes. You are connected at some point, whether it be physical or not. It is a situation where your consciousnesses coincided.
Like they were both part of the same network.
Yeah. So
well, no, I don't question that they.
And that is a thing. That is a thing where what even the Borg Queen says, and she says, "You think so three-dimensionally." I think it's a great attempt to make a grand villain. Oh, where did Jill go? Oh my
She got so
stars!
upset that she got very upset that we said that the Borg Queen connected with Picard.
Am I here? Am I here?
No.
Yeah, you're here not. Twice, but no, I lost my device. I don't know what happened, but
yeah,
I don't mind. I don't mind that they know each other. I just wanted the Borg Queen stuff to come after Hugh, because Hugh was infected with individuality, and then it would make sense for them to want a hierarchy. That was my only point.
Let's go to the chat. I do want to say, don't forget to like and subscribe. Switch over to live chat because you don't want to miss all the gold.
That's the excuse. They're like bees, but they're not supposed to be like. Anyway,
I just wanted to say I clicked on something and I dropped out, like totally lost the connection. Like that's very weird. I don't know what.
You don't have to explain it though. Yeah, you don't. You really don't.
Thank you for your thoughts.
So resistance is futile. Brent Spiner as Data in this film. That's what it sounds like to me. Is that where I was?
No, Stone Racket. That is Stone Racket. You make a very good point because it bothers me so much that he doesn't say futile. Data's like
that's like a medieval version. Then I'm guessing, Scotty.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so when I lost my device, I think I lost a bunch of chat. So if you see chat that you want to share,
like Jill, maybe it'll be beneficial if I unplug from my OnlyFans because everyone can see my O face right now.
Well, turn that off then.
All right, fine.
You make your money later.
Stop making money.
Yeah. You're a. You'll have time for that later.
Cody.
Shut up, you. No.
Canadian Spider-Man says, no, that's not true, but it helps grow this channel. Well, you know what? Oh, okay. Canadian Spider-Man says, folks, if you would like to support this channel for free with no obligation, you can hit that red subscribe button and turn it gray. One special winner will have it turn blue. Okay, that's not true, but it helps grow this channel. Speaking of which, if just one person subscribes, I will have 700 subscribers. So that is something special.
Now.
Who wants to be my 700 subscriber? If you're not subscribed, you have the possibility to do that.
You know what's something really strange, Jill? I was sure I was subscribed, but I look now and it doesn't say that, so I'm clicking on it.
Oh my God, really?
Now, I was sure I was. I don't quite understand it, but I was the one.
Well,
I'm the 700th.
Wow, congratulations. You win.
I hope I'm the 700th. Check to see if it works.
YouTube will take people out for no reason.
Yeah, YouTube does that.
Sure
that's true. It does that to me as well.
YouTube will they'll unsub people for no reason, yeah.
Let me save the screen cap. So I have hit 700 subscribers. We'll have a celebration stream soon about that. That's going to be good. Good times. Thank you so much, Price of Reason.
Oh, I'm happy. It's an honor. But I to be fair, I'm pretty sure that I was subscribed, and I don't know why I wasn't. And it's not even my first time here, so it's really weird. But it's like what other people said. Sometimes I look and suddenly there's a few subscribers less, like from 1 second to another, and I don't know what happened. But I assume that it has something to do with this system.
It does.
Yeah, exactly. YouTube just very kindly unsubscribes you because they think you don't watch that channel or whatever.
It would be nice if they asked, but I guess it doesn't work that way.
And Mr. Miles likes my idea that Hugh and that virus is what led to the Borg having a queen. I would love it if that were the case, if only she didn't know Locutus.
If you hit the subscribe
I guess
button,
Scotty was saying that just because they both have nanites, they think they met each other, but they never really did. Whatever.
Well, it's not about the nanites. It's just about the collective.
Okay. But I have to thank Stone Racket. Stone Racket just gifted 10 memberships. That's incredible. Thank you so much, Stone Racket. That is absolutely awesome. Let's see who got Stone Racket's gifts. Thank you so much for the presents. So Mikey Says 4 became a member.
Should I cancel my membership so I can get a free one?
What you do with your money is up to you.
It's usually the way, yes.
Yeah. Jake Goodwin.
I've got like 7. No, I can't make that joke in the middle of the day. People will get upset.
But also, Mars Monkey Max got a free membership, as well as Rod Thunderheart, Sci-Fi Sit-In, and Melvin Deeply. I know all these people. This is so great.
Yay.
Yeah, Melvin's cool.
And I got 700 now, so 700 subscribers. Woo! Don Lewis also got a free membership, as well as Susan Eckstein, Lord Thoth, the Tetrarch of Apathy.
Oh, I love that name. That's a dope name.
Mm-hmm.
I am the Tetrarch of Apathy.
Oh, and Combat Wombat
Actually, I'm
subscribed.
not. He is.
Thank you so much for subscribing, Combat Wombat. Great.
That's also a great name.
Mm-hmm. Why is Stream Element spazzing out? I don't know.
Because it's first contact day. It's probably the Borg.
First contact day. Yeah.
Did you want to put the slides back up?
I do. I just got excited
do you
by
mind
all
if
the
I
things
go
happening.
and do you mind if I go and take a step outside and get a little Zephram Cochrane?
Yeah, that sounds
you
great.
Mind?
We'll continue. No, I don't.
Yeah,
well,
right.
yeah, I mind.
Go have a puff there, Scotty.
I don't know if it's your laser beam.
Cigarettes for you.
I don't know if it's the laser beam or the whiskey, but I got a 5-alarm hangover. But ready to make history.
I don't smoke anymore, so it's definitely the whiskey for me.
Well, it's your loss. Anyway, continue on to the future.
I will continue, but I got excited because of the 700 and the 10 memberships.
So there's a rumor
thank you.
There was some movie called First Contact I heard about years ago that we might be talking about.
Well, but I was so excited about the 700 and the 10, and so I have to give.
Yes.
I have to play a video for Stone Racket, and so I have to
understand.
look for one. No, you don't.
What do you mean I don't?
Please, Spock, do me a favor, and don't say it's fascinating. No. But it is interesting.
Yeah.
There.
It's kind of harsh, Joe.
I love that one.
I do understand.
I love that. I know. I know you do.
I just love Worf here. I love the.
We're finally going to get to this.
Perhaps today is a good day to die.
Tough little ship. Little.
I love that line.
Little.
That's what. I mean, okay, there's flaws. I get there's flaws in the logic of this film at times, like you're talking about the Borg Queen, right, Joe? But there's so many great little moments like that. Tough little. It's just so many good little moments like that in this film that just puts it over the top for me as having a good time. If that makes any sense.
I think if I may weigh in, I think that one of the good things about this cast knowing each other the way they know each other and having a track record of doing so many hours of episodes together. So when you put them in a movie, sometimes you see a movie and it's a bunch of actors that haven't really worked together in this capacity before. They're so natural at it that these kind of interactions flow in such a perfect way, even if the storytelling is a bit wobbly at times.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I get that. The thing is though, Price, is there are the other Next Generation films where we have the same cast and yet the film just doesn't work. because the writing is bad, right? So
This one is somehow a balance where the writing isn't bad enough for you not to like it, and at the same time they compensate for a lot of that with really good performances and just being the likable cast that they are. Sometimes even a cast as good of intentions as they have, and as much as you like them, when the storytelling really kind of goes off a cliff, it becomes a problem.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. That's why this is my favorite Next Generation film by far. It's like I find the other films are much weaker story-wise, like the writing just isn't there.
Well,
I
But
agree.
well, they mention it here. The difference between this movie and Generations is that they had a list of boxes that they had to check off, and they had to do this and they had to do
I'm
that.
glad they
And
did.
here they were able to just focus on one story or two stories,
Yeah.
two stories that actually married together pretty well.
But the thing is,
You know, you had your Borg horror story on the ship, and you had your space exploration story on Earth.
well, the thing is, they tied them together. At least to my mind, Jill, they tied them together well, right? Because you wouldn't have one without the other. It was like the Borg wanted to destroy the future, and of course, Picard and crew wanted to prevent that from happening, which they wanted to save the future, obviously. And then I like these characters, like with Lily and Cochrane. I thought they were a lot of fun. I mean, I just had a lot of fun with this movie. I just thought it was very well
Yeah, it's lots of
constructed
fun.
overall, even in spite of its flaws. I could like look past the flaws and really go with the film and enjoy it.
I agree.
Going up in that thing with a drunken pilot?
I sure as hell am not going up there sober.
I kind of don't blame him, actually, if it's the first time.
And what I'm reading from is the 55-year mission. Oh, shit. Hold on. Guys, can you guys talk for just a minute? I have to call my mom. She's calling me. I'll be right back.
I can always talk, Jill. You know me. You should know me by now. I can talk. Anybody else want to talk?
What was that Scotty saying? He's not going to go up there sober?
Well, it was Zephyrin in the film, but
I know. My goodness, can't you make a joke?
No, good joke. I think Scotty would be more like, I need a cigarette before I go up there.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't know. This is definitely my favorite Next Generation film. Like, I guess the first one wasn't bad, and after that, it kind of lost me. Like, but this is the only film that the Next Generation cast did that, to me, comes up to some of the original TOS cast films. Because obviously, I love Wrath of Khan. Star Trek 3 and 4 are really great. I even like Star Trek 6, right? The Undiscovered Country is pretty good.
Mm-hmm. It was great.
But, I mean, this is the only Next Generation film I can kind of put, close to those.
One of my biggest things about the Star Trek movies as a whole is which ones feel like episodes. Like, what are the big screen representations of Star Trek? I love Star Trek 5 because I feel like it feels like a actual episode of Star Trek. Maybe it's a season 3 episode, but it feels like an episode of Star Trek.
See, I have the opposite opinion.
Okay.
I think if you're doing like a 2-hour movie, it should feel like a movie, not like an episode of a TV show. But that's just me, right?
Hey, Melvin, deeply. Great to see you here. Congratulations on your new membership.
Hey, Melvin. And I love your avatar because I don't know whether or not to call you Snake or
call me Snake.
Yeah. But like, that's the thing is like, I love Star Trek Beyond because it looks like a modern adaptation of a 60s television episode. I love Star Trek 5. I love Insurrection because it does, like, when people criticize Star Trek movies and it's like, It looks like a TV show. And I was like,
I think
yeah.
Insurrection would have been much better if it was 40 minutes instead of over whatever time.
I hate Insurrection.
I cannot argue with your logic,
Insurrection's
Jill.
the worst Star Trek movie ever made. I gotta say, I hate that.
Shut
movie.
up! Nemesis exists. Check yourself before you
Nemesis
wreck
is
yourself.
way better than Insurrection.
Well,
Scotty.
No, that is
Nemesis
incorrect.
argued
That is
before.
flat out incorrect. And your
PvP, make sure
opinion
you
is
come back.
incorrect.
Okay.
I'm sorry
We've
for
done this
yelling.
before. We've done this
Yeah.
before, Scotty, where you say
Yes.
someone's opinion is incorrect.
And it's
And
wrong.
a lot of
I
people don't
shouldn't
like
say
that.
that. I shouldn't
Well,
say that. And
Oh.
I
It's
am
not
incorrect
popular.
for
It's not a
asserting
popular
such
way
a
to-
thing.
I'm just gonna be quiet.
No, it's my fault, PvP. No, I'm the one who's being a jerk, and I apologize for being a jerk. I'm a very passionate man. Well, what
Yeah.
else
Well,
is new?
like I'm not.
Well, I
passionate
value
too.
everyone's opinions.
Hey,
And
can we really do this awesome fun
I
movie,
really,
Joe? Like,
you know,
Yeah,
I've got
contact.
you know what this chat is amazing. I have to say hello to the Nerd Portal life form. Great discussion. I can't wait for next week. Price, I want to get you on in the future, maybe with Tread Roberts. I'll be in touch. Later panel and chat. Thank you for stopping by the Nerd Portal life form.
Good night.
Yeah. Well,
Well-
good night. It's early. Well, I guess if you're in a different part of the world.
It's nighttime somewhere, though, Joe.
Yes, sci-fi sit down. I put the link in Pop's chat, so anybody who's in that chat are welcome. So you have the link, so you're welcome. And
Well,
if you
and
find
speaking
it,
of pop
if you
culture
can find
curator,
it, you can be on the panel.
first things first, pop culture curator is such a fantastic dude. You should go and subscribe to him. He does his Monday night Lost in Space. He is absolutely an inspiration and a collaborator for you, Jill. And with the same thing, Gilligan's Island on Wednesdays.
He's been-
Gilligan's Island.
He's such a
he's been
such
with
a
my
great
channel since the
contributor.
beginning. Yeah, he's been with
Such
my
a
channel from the
fantastic guy.
beginning. And yeah, I treasure him too. We got to get to the Phoenix, and then Cochran says, "To hell
Fuck
with the Phoenix."
I gotta say, I really like
And-
Cochran in this movie.
And welcome to the panel, Sci-Fi Sit Down. Do you?
Hey!
I haven't asked you. You're new to the panel. When did you first watch First Contact, and how do you feel about it?
I first watched it about I think it's going on 7 years or so, and I watched it many times since then.
Awesome.
Or more.
Great.
All right, you're not going to get
Your
fired.
story's more
You
like
can-
mine.
You can embellish.
except, yeah, I know. Except mine was much longer ago. It feels
It's
longer
not a
ago.
job application.
Oh, can you go back one slide, Jill?
Pardon me.
sure.
Well, Jill.
Please.
Well, Jill. Well,
I-
how should I put this? It's been like 7 years since at least 7 years when I seen this movie.
Which slide do you want, PvP?
I want the one about the World War III.
Oh, nice. I enjoy World
Because
Wars.
don't you remember in
But
what was it?
sci-fi.
Sometime in the original series, was it in Space Seed? I believe they had the eugenics wars in the 90s, which was World War III.
Well, we'll get
So
into
is
that
this
after.
is this a mistake in continuity here?
No,
I'm just
it's
asking,
not.
guys.
But we'll get into it after we sort of properly introduce.
So this
and
is not a
welcome-
mistake at all.
No, it's not a mistake. Not in my opinion, and you know how
Well,
you take my opinion.
yeah,
but I
but
just want to.
Wasn't
Can you please? Can
I-
we please
I guess I
PvP?
can't
No,
make
no, no, no. I have a point of order. I would very much like to properly welcome Sci-Fi Sit Down before we get into a new topic of conversation.
Hello, Scotty and PvP. I think they may have played fast and loose without World War III comment in the script. They may play fast and loose with that, unless they're shifting around the timeline a little bit now, since the movies are getting further and further into the future in our timeline wise. In other words, like in our timeline, it's 1996, while back in the Enterprise days, it was in the 60s, or the original series, it was in the 60s.
Yeah,
well,
but,
they kind of retconned it.
but it was in the 60s, the show, but the timeline in Space Aid was with the 1990s World War III war.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
but
the eugenics wars,
That was
and
the
then there's
eugenics
World War
wars.
The
III.
Yeah.
Eugenics Wars was in the 90s. And
Yes.
Yes.
wasn't Kirk and crew a long time before Picard and crew, like a century earlier?
Okay, don't
later,
talk
you
to me
mean.
like I'm a fucking
So,
child.
so,
Oh,
so how?
no. Wait, why are you getting upset?
I
That
guess I
he's
can't
just
even make.
being
I'm not
no,
upset.
no,
I
fucking
just you
comment,
just
I guess.
swear.
no, but Scotty, you're getting aggressive, and all PvP
Okay, I'll
said
stop.
was
I'll
the
stop. I'll
eugenics
stop.
wars happened in the 90s.
I'm just
And
saying.
what we're saying is that World War III happens later. World War III
Yes.
happens between 2026 and 2053. So the movie actually does get that correct. Is that this is 10 years after World War III.
Bingo.
But doesn't
So I'm sorry for yelling.
doesn't that negate the TOS World War III?
No.
The eugenics wars isn't World War
1995.
III. Those are different. Those are different wars.
So you have two Third World Wars?
No, you
No,
have
that's
a
not a
eugenics wars, and then you have a World War III.
No, but they said World War III was the eugenics wars in the episode Space Seed. They definitely said that.
No, they did not.
Yes, they did.
The eugenics wars happens before.
I feel like Captain America. I could do this all day. Anyway, let's
And
you
so
know what?
you know what PvP, you might be right. Sometimes they do refer to it
And
as
I
World
may
War
be
III, but
wrong.
there's a different World War III. So I'm confused. But
I am going to go and listen to REM, The End of the World as We Know It, because that's this is one of the things about Star Trek First Contact that I absolutely adore, is that our modern world has to be destroyed by its own internal hatred before a singular individual, or at least a group of people, decide there's got to be something better than this planet. So let's go there. And that is what Zephyr Copper. Hang on a second. Someone should pronounce things for me. Zephyr
Cochrane
is like his vision for the future. Even as Riker says it, he's like, "You sure had a vision, Doc." And Zephyr Cochrane says, "You know what my vision is? Dollar signs. I don't want to go to the stars. I don't even like to fly. I take trains." Like, this is a thing about a selfish act that actually evolves into a new age of humanity, as Troy better describes it in Time's Arrow to Mark Twain than Picard does to Lily. And by the way, Lily, angry Guinan.
She's a little angry, but she's just kind of passionate because she's looking at what's happening on the ship and seeing that it's incongruent with what Picard is doing. So I forgive her for being a little bit upset.
Oh, no, I dig her. I think Lily's awesome. I said dig her.
So I take it the Borg are advanced enough to do time travel now?
Jill,
Yes.
I just posted something in private chat that might clarify a bit about the eugenics wars.
Meh. Oh my God.
I
can't wait to read about eugenics wars.
Hey, I just wanted to say goodbye to Brogu because Brogu's heading out.
Brogu.
Enjoy your weekend and always remember, this is the way. Have a great weekend, Brogu.
I'm just trying to say both versions might have some credence.
Absolutely, sir. May I read it?
That's why I posted it. Go ahead.
Yes, you may.
In the Star Trek fictional universe, the eugenic wars are a series of conflicts that occurred between 1992 and 1996, in which the progeny of a human genetic engineering project established themselves as superior, quote, superhumans, end quote, and attempted world domination. The eugenics wars preceded and catalyzed World War III. Dude, I can't editorialize right now. Beginning in 2026 and ending in 2053, the eugenics wars were also at times referred to as World War III. And you know what, PvP? In regards to that, I am in 1,000, which I know is mathematically impossible. I am 100% in agreement with what you just posted there. That's fine.
That's why I had no interest in arguing with you, Scotty.
And that's why it makes
I thought
sense.
both points had, they did make some sense.
And we eventually made to that conclusion because you said that it might have they probably did refer to it as World War III and TOS, but then later on it just became a separate thing from World War III.
I'd have to rewatch Space Seed, but I think there was a point where Spock or somebody did refer to it as the Third World War. So yeah.
Oh, really? Like anyway.
I'd have to rewatch it.
I appreciate it.
It's not gospel, but it seems in my memory they did mention it. So
I'm fine with it. I stand corrected.
I would always love to clarify and come together than oppose people.
You're right, PvP, and so they do that, and so that's the funny thing with canon is sometimes they don't get it quite right until later.
Also, I would like to say, based on this slide, I hate to be no, I don't. I enjoy beautiful things, beautiful people. Everything about this film is beautiful, but I do have to say that Dr. Crusher in Star Trek First Contact is my favorite Dr. Crusher. I think she's the most gorgeous ever.
I think she looks great. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's weird because she's kind of doing the Rachel, but I'm fine with it.
Yes, and can we just
like to be alone?
Can we just take a moment to finally know that Data is actually proof as well?
Sorry, which?
I don't understand what you just said, Sci-Fi Sit Dan. Could you repeat that?
That Data is bulletproof now.
Yeah, that bothered me a bit because if you compare it with when he got shot by an arrow, and it was like, "Are you okay?" And it's like, "No, I'm fine. It didn't really do anything, but it could have been worse." And then when he gets shot by a machine gun, he's like, whatever, I'm a Terminator now.
Well, they could have upgraded. They could have upgraded Data's armor plating, though. You never know, right?
That is true. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Either that, or it's just a continuity error that they just glossed over.
I'll take your pick, I guess.
Like,
maybe he got radiation poisoning, like that other guy.
Well, I choose to go with upgraded armor personally.
Hang on, yeah. Like I think general audiences will accept that a robot can get shot. Pardon me, an android can be shot by a machine gun.
Are you saying this movie's for normies, Scotty?
Of course, it's for normies. I thought it was obvious. Turns into
and then Earth. They encounter Enterprise crew members.
That's one hell of a plan. The Borg
who've already been assimilated. Don't hesitate to fire.
Hey, Real Wade Nation Gaming Clips. Ahoy.
Hello, Real Wade Nation. Oh, I should have my chat in the other screen because I'm looking at when I'm trying to follow through to my clips, I don't see the chat. And so I wish I could have like tabbed StreamYard thingy so I could see my clips and my comments at the same time.
I guess it appealed to normies, though, guys, because it was like a $46 million budget. I just looked up here, and they raked in $146 million, so they made like 3 times their money back. So that's not bad.
I gave them $34 on opening weekend.
There you go.
Also, hello to Professor R2. He says, "Beep, boop."
Yawa.
You know what I find amazing is films back in 1995 like this were only like costing $45 million. It's like, what the? That would be like $1 billion to produce this, right? It's like insane.
No, but you got to look at movies like Godzilla -1. Very small budget.
That's the way it should
Very successful.
Go. That's the way it should go, right?
That's what I agree with.
God, I gotta say, I even don't mind Troy in this movie. Like, she doesn't even annoy me too much, which
Well,
is
she gets to
incredible.
be a comic relief a bit.
Yeah, but I mean, I usually can't stand Troy, but in this one, I actually can stand her. Oh my god!
You know what? And now that you mention it, like I already said, it's sexiest Crusher. It's probably sexiest Troy too.
Oh boy!
You know what?
Actually,
She doesn't have to. Usually she's the one, oh, I could feel them or whatever. But now it's Picard who's feeling them. So
somebody
she doesn't have to do that.
Well, and they sort of inferred it because he used to be a drone and he somehow left the collective, but he still has a connection to them to an extent.
Well, Price of Reason, I have a question for you based on the lady with the very rigid forehead.
Yes.
So you know how
Rook?
can you go back to the lady with the very rigid forehead?
Okay.
That's her. But go back one more. That's it.
That is a very rigid forehead, I gotta say.
Yeah. So, like, there is one thing that bothers me about this lady is that she seems too familiar with Paul. I feel like she should be calling him by his last name. He should be saying, like, Parker or something like that. The fact that she says Paul, it bothers me. Is that weird?
Do you really think she's
Maybe they're closer friends than just Starfleet officers, and maybe they're not. I don't know. She should be using his last name.
Because
is she really significant enough in the movie though? Does it really matter? Like,
every character in Star Trek counts, because you will notice later on at the end of the movie, Paul is one of the drones that takes either Picard or Data to their doom.
well, that's probably what happens to her here, because drone Paul.
But I never see her again. She is a very memorable character. I don't know what her name is. Let's call her Stephanie.
Yeah. Okay.
I wish, like, it infers. Now
maybe
I'm so
no. I
invested
did
in
ask.
this.
I did
I'm
ask
gonna
Price of
pause.
Reason, PvP. I apologize.
Okay, from a writing perspective, since maybe they want you to feel some kind of connection or sympathy to Paul because of what's going to happen, and she says his first name, so you feel a little more. He seems like more of a human being, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
That's a
no,
good
I'm
idea.
totally picking up. Yeah.
Meaning.
Okay, she has a name. Her name is Iger. I guess it's her last name.
That's her first name? What a terrible
It's her last
name.
Probably. It's
Bob
probably
Iger?
her last name.
Her first name is Bob.
Her
Bob
first
Iger.
name is Bob, yes.
We found him. This is Bob.
This is Roberta Auger.
No, but now I'm serious. If she called him Paul, you kind of you feel bad, or you feel it's a more personal thing. If she would have just it's a manipulative writing gimmick, but I think that's probably why they did it. And the other thing I'll say is that you were asking about if this movie is for normies. I think that what they were trying to do is get the best of both worlds, make it so that the TNG
no pun intended.
Yeah, well, no pun intended. No, but it's funny because the best of both worlds really applies to this one. But no, what I meant is that they wanted it so that normies would possibly go see this, which is why you have stuff that happens in the movie that feels a little more Hollywood than you're used to in Star Trek: The Next Generation. Maybe that's why these ladies also, they made their hair more fancy and their makeup more fancy. They really wanted to give this feeling of more of Hollywood movie, but at the same time, they also wanted to bring the OG fans. And based on the box office, it feels like they pretty much pulled it off, at least with this movie.
And DJ Play Nice has an idea about that. He says level 4 body armor is able to do that, and it's available to the public. It's as stronger than what the U.S. military has issued. Data should be a bit more resilient.
Oh, whatever. You know what? Like, when it comes down to it, can Data get shot by a machine gun? Logically, no. Visually, sure.
And about Paul and Iger, if they're the same rank, it's not strange to be familiar.
Well,
Right,
no,
they probably are too.
But that's also something that comes up when people talk about modern Trek, and it's like they're not formal. And
They're
it's
not
like,
military.
Well, and that's the thing, is that they're not military. But then there's a whole other argument. Are they military?
And they're
or are they just
supposed to be.
rank
They're
structured?
supposed to be.
But we do have
Yes.
aspects in the film later where
That's
they're
not a
very
question.
military.
Yes. Well, no, in this movie they are. He was mentioning the filth stuff
sorry.
after 2005.
I stepped away
they
for a
don't
minute.
behave it.
I missed that.
I'm just playing. It's First Contact Day.
Well, yeah.
Well,
this is Trek
disagree with
Naomi
that.
says R2, but overall it's pretty good Trek, even if it's a little heavy on the action. That's the thing.
Actually,
It's a lot of
I
action.
agree with that.
I would have liked more planet stuff.
Yeah, and this is why this is my favorite next gen movie.
I just want to see more Zephyr Cochrane.
Hey, Edge of Time says my baloney has a first name, but I'm court ordered not to discuss it.
Oh boy, that's a no.
Oh my God!
I'm not
Edge
even going
of
to
Time?
comment on that joke.
I will.
I'll get in
You're
trouble
right.
because
Her
my
forehead
sense of
looks
humor
like
can go to the gutter
baloney.
very quickly. So
Looks like a stack of baloney.
Anyway,
What?
I think it's funny.
no, I was just going to say Jill's moving forward. Hopefully, there we go.
True.
So I just wanted to say, I know we talked about the Queen already, but Rick Berman says this. In the first film, we had a single villain, a human single villain. We felt it was time to bring back some great old meanies to get some bad guys that had more of an alien bent to them, which led to us quickly to the Borg, who'd always been an adversary that people find spooky. And one of those groups that people love to hate, like the Klingons. I don't hate the Klingons. The problem with the Borg is that by being this sort of assimilating cooperative of mindless obeying characters, you don't have anything to personify them, no single voice. Because it was like very hive-like, we came up with the idea of a queen bee. The Borg are very curious, mysterious, and thus very frightening to people. We'd use them sparingly on the series, and it was time to come up with a way to use them in a feature film. We had the money to develop the way they looked, the way they're made up. They do look a bit different in this movie than on the TV show. And the way their costumes worked in a manner.
Oh, they're more advanced. Yeah.
Well, and
the whole scene with the introduction of the Borg Queen, when her organic parts merge with her robotic parts, I think is awesome. Like, that scene is like so creepy and cool. Like, I love that scene.
I think the special effects of First Contact introducing the Borg Queen is the only reason that Star Trek fans accept the Borg Queen, is because it looked so, pardon the swear, fucking cool.
It is. I absolutely agree. It is fucking cool, Scotty. It was really well done.
I agree.
Yeah, but then it also adds a weak link to the Borg though too.
Yeah, totes. But the only reason we accept it is because Alex Krieg and the special effects of that. It was like First Contact is the only reason we have the Borg Queen, and the Borg Queen is a bad idea. But the only reason that we accept it is because the Borg Queen is really cool in this movie.
Well, there's two factors. The special effects are fantastic, and the actress portraying her is fantastic. And
agreed.
2 pluses make it an even bigger plus, right?
That makes 3 plus.
That's 3 plus, yeah.
Or maybe double plus. I don't know.
Well, 3 plus is good. 3 plus is good though, so I'd go with 3 plus.
We're about to, the slides are going, and we're about to get an EMH, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank goodness. Hey, there's my favorite doctor.
Robert Picardo, my man.
Well, that's another plus for the movie. Robert Picardo makes a guest appearance.
I wish there was more of him because he's so awesome in this scene.
Yeah,
he's supposed to create a diversion, and he does.
Got him. We got him.
I'm a
got
doctor,
bit of him,
not a
right?
doorstop.
That's my Robert Picardo fix in this movie. I'm like, yeah.
Did you
I'm
just say Robert Picardo?
No, I said Robert.
He said Robert Picardo fix.
Oh, I heard rubber.
He might have.
Quit fantasizing, Scotty.
I can't help it, dude. I'm a fantasist.
But this is a brilliant scene. This is one of my favorite scenes in this movie.
I love it.
And seeing him.
Skin irritation.
Would you care for an analgesic cream?
Cream.
And the look, like
the
brief grimace smile that he gives. Like, if you've never seen Star Trek First Contact, why? But you should watch it and then just wait for Robert Picardo to show up. And if you don't like the movie up until that point, just turn off the movie because you've seen Robert Picardo.
Yeah, fair enough.
You get to make first contact with an alien race.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to see what the clip was because I didn't label my clips this time. I didn't have time. Brad and Brad about this.
Oh, is this the scene where they go outside the ship coming up here?
This is where they're talking about what they're going to do.
There's so many good parts
No,
of this movie.
Okay, so there it is. There it is. I want to see the pad.
The pad?
Yeah, I want to see the display. I want to see my Okudagram.
Michael Okuda.
I think he means go forward, Joe.
No, look at the computer screen.
PvP. I have a video and it goes a certain speed, and if I
she's
go back and
working
forth,
on it.
it's gonna
Stop
skip.
yelling.
So you're multitasking.
She's my
You don't.
There we
there
go.
it is.
You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, no, she's got so many tasks going on. So anyway, what is that triangle and what does that warning sign mean? Is my question.
Klingon.
No, it's on the Federation warp
Maybe
core.
Worf installed that when nobody was paying attention.
Well, I guess no, the Klingons aren't part of the Federation. So
That's a joke. That's a joke.
no, I know, but I'm trying to figure out science.
Well,
Like if I
Worf is-
encounter this symbol in
Worf
life,
is a Starfleet officer.
But I mean, okay, so let's look at what they're saying. I believe our goal should be to puncture one of the plasma coolant tanks.
yes.
So does that have anything to do with what we see?
Keep going. Let's find out. There's more dialogue.
Let's continue, because I'm going to have to leave in about an hour. So
It's not
Plasma
gonna take
coolant will liquefy organic material.
Oh, that comes in later. That comes in much later.
So is
No, I
that
don't know.
what
I don't
that
know what
symbol
that triangle
means?
means.
Is that what that symbol? It means that this
It's a good
this
question.
stuff is gonna liquefy organic material.
It means perhaps it means danger, Will Robinson.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, they do. They do have danger symbols usually in
Could be.
chemistry.
It could be toxic shit. Don't do this. You know.
Yeah, exactly, and it is toxic. It kills, all the Borg and
It kills organic material.
I'm not going to compare Lost in Space to Star Trek: The Next Generation when I can absolutely shoulder to shoulder
I'm glad.
Data and the robot from Will Robinson.
No, I was making a joke, Scotty.
No, I know, but I'm just saying,
again.
if you want to compare robots, Data's better.
So the thing is,
Data's
Brandon
more
Braga says about this movie. Brandon Braga says we eventually landed on the idea of what I call the Star Trek nativity scene, the birth of everything, the birth of Star Trek. The three wise Vulcans who arrive on Earth and step out of their ship.
I'm in
for our
Okay.
first contact with an
I never would have thought
extraterrestrial
of the
species.
three wise
I would.
Vulcans. Oh God, that escaped my brain totally.
No, that totally makes sense, and I just heard it now.
Hey,
And I'm like, I'm in.
Is Troy totally hammered here? Like this is looking
Yes.
Your
Love.
theories on warp drive allow fleets of starships to be built.
Oh, I didn't actually get this scene, but I did get one clip from this scene.
good. I gotta say,
Did you
Troy
get-
looks a little more appealing when she's pissed. I just gotta say.
The only
That's
one that
how people think of me.
Let me see where it is.
Oh my god.
Where is it?
It's first contact
This
day.
is no
Come on, it's a
time
bit
to
of a party.
argue about time. We don't have the time.
I love that scene. I love that scene. That's another high point in the movie for me. That time thing is like, I mean, the writers kind of got that the whole time thing was kind of ridiculous, right? When they wrote that scene, it's like,
No.
I just love that scene. That's so good.
Yes, the time travel in this movie is ridiculous and doesn't make any sense, but it's fine. It's like whatever,
Exactly.
tachyon fields and there's like a warp thingy or whatever. Who cares? It's like, I did get clips of it at the end of the movie, just for my own purposes.
But I just think Troy's
it really is just words.
I think Troy's outburst does kind of convey the absurdity of the whole movie, but
yes, sir.
It's like I just love it anyway because I embrace it, you know?
Yes, sir.
Obscured our warp signature. The Vulcans did not detect it.
To match the chronometric readings of the Borg speed.
To 1,000%.
Recreate the vortex, Commander.
Aye, sir.
That's their time machine.
We got some great Worf and Picard shit coming up later on too, which I love.
Tell me, is this the first time of Deanna Troi drinking real alcohol?
No.
I don't know.
I
mean,
no
she
idea.
has synthesol, but
Are you naive? Of course not. This is not the first time. It's only her first time having tequila.
I thought they were drinking whiskey.
It's probably her
tequila.
first time. It's probably her first time drinking to excess. Like before, she just had like a glass of something, whatever.
Well, how
And
did she have sex with
got drunk.
Riker in the first place? She had to be wasted.
No, she loves him.
Okay,
they're connected mentally.
I'm sorry, I thought we
long
were
history.
adults talking amongst ourselves.
That's another story.
It is, but it's also very relevant.
Not to this
Well,
movie.
I will tell you something here, Scotty. In the future, in the future Star Trek universe, they don't have real alcohol on ships because they take out the real alcohol aspect, so you get synthetic alcohol.
You're thinking.
Well,
of
they have
something-
synthahol,
Synthahol.
but the thing is that there's real alcohol too. Guinan doesn't only have synthahol in her bar; she has the real stuff too.
Hey, do you
It's
think
just she doesn't
Scott-
have as much of it?
So did Scotty.
Scotty had any synthahol in his quarters? Like fuck
No, he didn't.
Nope.
All the hardcore stuff.
I don't think synthahol existed in the 23rd century. I think it was a Ferengi invention.
Scotty was damn happy for that. I still remember
That's
the
right.
episode where he drank the alien under the table. That was a great episode. Actually, the best thing in the damn episode when I think of it.
That's green.
That's it. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Jill.
You're welcome.
You make me very happy.
Oh, Jill, you got it so good. You got it so
Well,
right.
it seems like the real alcohol in the Star Trek universe in the far future is a luxury. Like you have to bring it with you on the ship in order to get a real buzz on real alcohol.
It's not,
it seems.
no, it's not a luxury. It's just an option because they could come under attack at any moment. So that's why synthahol, you can get high, but if you get on, like a Klingon battle cruiser suddenly attacking you, you can just like snap your fingers and be sober again. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Of synthahol.
Isn't it weird? Like it's one of those things where it's like synthahol is the equivalent of all the effects and flavors and tastes of regular alcohol, but the what do they say it? How does
The after effects?
Well, it's not even after effects. It's like the in a bit of the retardation of alcohol is not like it's easily dismissible. You can just be like, okay, I can't be drunk anymore, and then it's done. It always confused me because it was like, so before that, do you just like breathe slower or like what? You just rest your head, and it's like I decide to be drunk by this NutraSweet of alcohol. Like I don't understand how it would work, and so I've never really been. I'm with Scotty.
I used to think
I don't
that it
want
didn't
to. I
get
don't
you
want to have
drunk.
synthahol. F it.
Yeah, I don't want synthol either. I thought it was just, like grape wine or like not wine at all.
Yeah.
Grape juice.
Non-alcoholic beer. Get off my lawn.
and this starship deck looks like it's already been converted to Borg specifications.
Yes.
Yeah, the Borg are taking over the ship at this point.
So insidious.
Just like
They're
a virus.
taking it over big time, too.
Yes. Well, and I do enjoy that. It's nice that you say virus, because I do enjoy the sort of more biomechanical nature of the Borg in this movie. Like, I like how they make them they update them in a similar way to the Klingons, and they do become more scary.
Yeah, this is more of a horror sci-fi story going on the ship, and the regular sci-fi story going on the planet.
And that guy's a Klingon.
Yeah, I like that they have some of. I like that they have some of those regeneration chambers on the ceiling.
I like how I get to see a Borg Cardassian and a Borg Klingon in this movie, and it's like they're not just all regular zombies. It represents the fact that some of your favorite aliens, they've been Borgified. Deal.
Oh, I just need to mention Jim's Landscape had to leave suddenly. So thank you so much, Jim Landscape, for being here. And I'm going to grab your link and put it in the chat. If anybody's not subscribed to Jim's Landscape, check him out. He is a great creative fan film creator. And he has puppies too.
I'm actually not surprised, though, Scotty, that there are Klingons and Cardassian Borg, because, I mean, let's face it, the Borg have infiltrated so many parts of the galaxy that I'm sure they've assimilated many races and many planets, right? So I think, well, that's another plus in the film for me. It's like they acknowledge that, right? Which I think was very cool.
Yeah.
Angry Yeti TV says, Hope has arrived because I am here. I just caught up on my Hero Academia.
Is that a new person again? I think you got some new people showing up today.
I have seen Angry Yeti before, but not often. But I'm so happy he's here today.
Angry Yeti's a great name, by the way. That's pretty,
oh my goodness, Angry
cool.
Yeti sent a super chat. Thank you so much for grabbing that. Guinan had real alcohol, but Whoopi drank it. Guinan. I said Guinan. I
didn't hear you.
I said Guinan had real alcohol, but Whoopi drank it all. Guinan's one of my favorite characters. If I said it wrong, it was an accident.
Scotty, that's like the third time you've misheard something we said today. Like I'm starting. You should go. Hearing check, perhaps.
What?
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell.
I'm sorry. I'm kind of coughing today, and I don't know why. If I'm getting sick or whatever.
Did you cough?
But
well, it's because you're a heavy smoker.
It's funny that bullets have no effect on data, but the arrow can penetrate them. Yeah, that's what we were saying before. Fun fact.
He got upgraded. His armor got upgraded.
That sickbay set is also the same one from Voyager. Yeah, it does.
Yes.
It looks exactly like Voyager's.
Oh, yeah.
Dalek.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of Voyager, there was an episode in, I think it was season 6 or season 7 of Voyager where they give another reference on what the Borg are. They're like a plague to the galaxy because they spread through infection and contagion.
Yeah, I agree with that. Cam says, "Be back."
Yeah,
I got it ordered.
I think they said it better in
my charges. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, they do say in Picard. I'm sorry. I did want to acknowledge what Sci-Fi said there. And there is a quote in Star Trek Picard, and it's like, the Borg, they don't change. They must metastasize. And so, yeah, that was probably a better way to say it.
Except they do change in Picard season 3 because
in Picard
suddenly
season 2.
Now, oh, that was season 2. Okay, I was going to say.
Remember when Jurati became the Borg for some reason?
Oh yeah, that's right. And for some reason now the Borg Queen is all about like a Betazoid, and she only cares about emotions and going through doors or something.
No,
I
It
have
was some
to.
weird shit.
I have to
it's
disagree.
crazy schlock.
I gotta disagree with the term metastasized, because metastasized, if you're referring to something like cancer, means you're going terminal. So I don't think the Borg would go terminal.
I think that the Borg are terminal, and one of the problems with like ever since Best of Both Worlds Part 2, and
I think
maybe this movie,
metastasized is a bad choice.
arguably this movie. Well, if I may,
because I lost a family member when that
if
happened.
I may, sir, I wish to define my interpretation of the Borg as being a frightening adversary to the Federation and Starfleet, is that it is terminal. Introducing the Borg into your space
No, I'm
or
thinking the Borg
negotiation.
becoming terminal.
I don't know how many times
We've got a
I
different
have to say
interpretation.
if I
Okay,
may.
wait just a minute. Wait a minute. What is the
point?
What are you? Yeah, what is your point, PvP?
No, I'm just saying. To me, metastasize. If the Borg metastasized, they would become self-deleting. They would become terminal, as the Borg.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the end result is going to be that they're going to destroy themselves?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I agree. Star Trek Picard chose a bad choice. Had a bad choice of words. It was not.
Yeah,
good.
but I love
And
Agnes
Star Trek
Girardi.
Voyager had a better description.
Because metastasize basically means something is terminally going to die.
But okay,
But
philosophically, when it comes to Star Trek and Gene's original vision, and we still haven't even gotten to the point where I'm going to start talking about how Zephram Cochrane in this movie is a perfect representation of Gene Roddenberry.
There's a line that Riker says that's exactly what I think.
And there's a line. Well, there's a line that Zephram Cochrane says.
Like that exactly, but okay.
You know what my vision is? Money, dollar signs. You think I want to go to the stars? I don't even like to fly. I take trains. My vision is retiring to an island filled with.
Gee, we don't need to see the rest of this then, do we? We've already got it.
All right. Regarding that symbol from earlier, I think Shieldwall Dragon says possibly the symbol is a warning symbol for plasma. Much like the trifoil is used for radiation.
See, that's what I was looking for. Thank you so much. Plasma.
So that's a good answer.
Yes.
Jill.
That's a good answer.
Already near, or did you pass the scene where the Borg caught one of the criminals and infected them? Did you pass that scene
Ensign
already?
Lynch? Not yet.
No, I'm talking about.
Well, they're kidnapping. They're kidnapping Data right now. If you want to know what point.
Oh no, Ensign Lynch is gonna get.
We are.
He's gonna get.
We'll get there.
Soon.
Also, I didn't properly think. I didn't properly thank Angry Yeti TV for the super chat, so I want to pick video.
I want to see that.
Yeah, and just to sort of
vampire things. There it is.
To hammer my point, this idea right here, where this actually solidified the idea with the Borg was sort of like a plague or a virus, because when they do this scene, they infect it with nanites in the body, and the rest of Star Trek after this movie ran with that. They make the Borg like this infectious plague where if they get their hands on you, they infect you with nanites and they convert you like that. That's terrifying.
Yes.
Yes.
You know what?
It is.
I would. Well, that is a perfect segue, because there is a series of William Shatner written novels that makes Kirk a Borg. So you got to go check those out.
Really?
Yeah, and check out. Crazy. Yeah, just check out Star Trek William Shatner books. They're all great.
Mm-hmm. And let's see, where Oh yeah, that's the scene I'm waiting for.
Is that Ensign Lynch?
All right, so
don't let them touch
we
you,
had
which
to go
is a
back and find
weird.
Yeah, they
Weird
don't let
thing.
them touch you. That wasn't like a thing before. I mean, if they use their little tube things, then yeah, you're in trouble. But just touching you.
Do you want to call them tubes? Seems like they need a more aggressive name than tube. Like
How about
what do we?
jabbers, then?
Yeah, well, no, that has modern day connotations. We can't call them jabbers.
How about
no
wire stabbers?
I like that. I like wire stabbers. Borg wire stabbers.
Yeah. They were when they were writing this movie, they almost had it where Picard wasn't on the bridge fighting the Borg, so they fixed that.
Well, but again, my favorite part of this movie, I'm actually about to go and have a cigarette because I don't care about any of the Borg stuff. My favorite stuff about this movie is all Zephram Cochrane. It's all Riker. It's all Geordi. It's all Barclay. It's all Troy.
Broccoli.
Yeah, that's my favorite too.
You said his name wrong.
No, I said it right.
Broccoli and Barclay are both acceptable names.
We always call him Broccoli because he's like broccoli. He's
you
kind of bland and,
Barclay.
Maybe that's why I identify him.
Dish, let's put it that way.
You know what? It's
contact with an alien race. Your theories on warp drive allow fleets of starships to be built, and mankind to start exploring the galaxy.
Shut up.
Unites humanity in a way that no one ever thought possible. When they realize they're not alone in the universe. Poverty, disease, war, they'll all be gone within the next 50 years.
And you people, you're all astronauts on some kind of Star Trek.
Yay! I love that scene. God, there's so many good moments in this damn movie. I just love this movie to death.
My heart swells.
My heart swells too.
Yeah, this is my favorite part of the movie also. I love everything about getting the Phoenix to its first flight. Darth says, "Hi, Jill. Outer space rum."
And a pirate flag. Don't forget that.
Oh, Mr. Miles has a question for you, Scotty, or 37.
Mr. Miles,
would you smoke synthetic cannabis?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree, Professor Archie. Synthahol doesn't make sense. It either has alcohol or it doesn't. There's biologically not a kind of alcohol you can just shake off, but I guess that's what it is it's alcohol without the negative effects.
What do you mean negative effects?
It's like if you got to be on duty in a second, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the official story.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you drinking the alcohol to get inebriated? What a weirdo.
It's an interesting concept, but it doesn't seem like a lot of fun, personally.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you guys had a swear jar, it would be overflowing today. Beers on the panel. Well, Fridays, I allow more swears than on Tuesdays.
It's nice to see a DJ play nice, and I will not.
I just gotta ask DJ Play Nice, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Oh.
Add that to the jar. Please add that to the jar.
Okay, so DJ Playness wants to make a correction here, and then we'll get to what you want to say, Sci-Fi. Stop. Metastasized does not indicate a terminal condition. It's only something connecting or spreading to multiple sites.
Okay, that's what happened to my sister then, I guess, yeah. But
that's also what the Borg do.
She didn't last too much longer after that, though. So.
The Borg spread.
I'm sorry.
And as I was trying to say, in that scene where they converted the Enterprise crew to Borg, that was disturbingly scary and very mechanically done, or manufacturing done, in other words.
And yeah, and Mr. Miles continues on that point that the book that Scotty was talking about, where the Borg bring back Kirk, is called The Return. Shatner puts his ego on display, but it is a good book.
Well, and Mr. Miles, I have to say, Ashes of Eden is the first book, and that takes place before he gets resurrected by the Borg, but it's an interesting book. I recommend all of the William Shatner. They were like essentially co-written. I don't want to say ghost written, but co-written by Garfield and Judith Reeves Stevenson. I think that's what their names are. And yeah, like I would, just for fun, you'll breeze through all of those books in about a week. Delightful. Fantastic.
John Garfield and Garfield Steve Reeves Stevens.
That's it. I love those. I read all of those except for the last one. I never read the last one.
And Edit Time is here for Filthy Friday.
Hey! I like Star Trek Beyond.
There's
your Filthy Friday.
But I let you say so. Okay, so on Brandon Braga finally got to the moment. I finally got to the moment here in the 55 book because I've been skimming it while you guys are talking to find some good stuff. And this is the crazy drama that happened during this movie, where this movie almost completely got destroyed, but it didn't, fortunately. There was a really dicey moment in the writing of the movie where Patrick Stewart had a clause in his contract that he could bring in a writer of his own, which Ron and I really learned about late in the game. Indeed, I think Patrick thought in his mind, God bless him, that Tom Stoppard would come in and write a Star Trek script or something. Unlikely, man. At least he saw his involvement in a loftier light, but he brought on a screenwriter who I believe had done the movie Rush Hour, named Ross Lamanna. So he came in to do a character pass for Picard and Alfred Woodward's character, Lily. And so Ronald D. Moore says Patrick wanted a rewrite on First Contact. It had something to do with his motivation or relationship with Alfred Woodward character. Rick just called us over and he was sort of nervous and embarrassed. He told us they were bringing in this writer and that hopefully it would still come back to Brandon and me. And Brandon says, Ron and I were appalled and insulted because we thought the script was really good and they brought in another writer to do a pass. And Ron says, at that point, Brandon and I were tired. We're so deep into the process at that point. And it did so many drafts and we were working on Deep Space Nine and Voyager. So there was this part of us that was kind of relieved as we walked out. At the same time, we were obviously kind of crushed and disappointed to be taken off the movie, which in the feature world is completely normal. It happens all the time, but it was our first encounter with it. We kind of went our own way and swallowed it and dealt with it. And then at some point later, the writer did the draft and turned it in, and they wanted to bring us back. And Brandon says what happened was, in my humble opinion, it sucked. And Rick said, me and Ron, come back. We need you two back on the script. We have to fix this. But Ron refused. He was so mad. Ron says, I took it personally. It was on the day that we were told that they were replacing us. I had run into Patrick at the Paramount lot just by happenstance and said, hey, Patrick, how's it going? And he didn't say a word to me. Then I walked to Rick's office and was told that Patrick told us to come in. And that's what pissed me off. I took that pretty personally in retrospect. I probably took it too personally. So then later, when they asked us to come back, I didn't want to do it. I was in Rick's office with Brandon and Rick and said, now we'd like you to come back. This draft didn't work out. It had some problems and we're starting to shoot. We need a rewrite. And I was like, I don't give a fuck. Fuck him. Patrick,
hey, Gorilla, buy a lottery ticket.
Gorilla's buying lottery tickets tonight. Yeah.
Keep going,
I'm just reading the book. Like I said, I took it very personally. He did. That's why I wanted to read this part. It gets really heated. Brandon said it was the only time Rick ever yelled at us. He brought us into his office and yelled at Ron for being stubborn, and he yelled at me for not getting my friend in line. And Ron says, Rick got upset and walked out of his own office, leaving Brandon and me there. We kind of looked at each other and we're like, should we go? I guess we should leave. Brandon and I walked around the Paramount lot and eventually came around and cooler heads prevailed. And they looked at each other and said, let's just do this. Oh, another thing, and the only line they kept from the other writer that was replacing them that went away was when Lily says, watch your caboose. That's the only line of dialogue not written by our Star Trek writers.
Quite a line.
Oh, I can't wait until we get to the holodeck.
I actually really like this scene. Actually, it's one of my favorite scenes of the movie. We're not there quite yet, but some of his final statement when you get there.
Exactly, where he's trying to explain to her what's going on, because he can't worry about contaminating the timeline anymore. She's already running around on a starship. So here you go.
Well,
yeah, I think is it coming up soon? Is ultimate
maximum setting. If you'd fired this, you would have vaporized me.
Fuck, there's a lot of great moments.
First ray gun.
It's an interesting question.
Not there yet.
Well, no, but okay, so Lily is of the 21st century, and if she were to defend herself and her time and her world, she could shoot Jean-Luc Picard and be completely within the temporal prime directive. Some mother effer kidnapped me, put me on a ship. I stole a gun. Gotta kill him.
Yeah. And so he's showing her, so it's not transparent aluminum here. They're using force fields.
Lily could have destroyed the entire Star Trek universe.
She could have.
But she didn't.
It's true.
Because she wasn't.
He was a good person.
She was like a thoughtful, intelligent person. But
because it was.
Damn, I want to get to the ending of that scene with Picard, but I guess we're not going to get there.
Well, what are you looking for, Aaron?
When Picard says we draw the line here, that's my favorite.
Oh, that's not here. We're not here yet. We're not there yet.
Okay.
We're not there yet. Okay.
Hey, Jill,
don't worry about that.
Jill,
I got that.
Jill,
yeah.
Why are all the Canadians drunk?
I don't know. Because you don't have any synthahol.
That's true.
Fuck synthahol.
Hey, watch your mouth.
There's another.
It appears you were attempting to graft organics onto my endoskeletal structure.
But that's also guys.
Guys.
Don't you? All of this Borg stuff bores me. I am so inspired by Star Trek.
I think it's kind of.
I love when the Borg Queen gets lowered into her body there. That is so creepy.
Sure. Great special effects.
I think it's kind of interesting that she's trying to give Data new sensations that he's never had before.
She's trying to. She wants to seduce him, basically, to make him an accomplice to her agenda. What I saw.
Was that good for you?
She wants to seduce him and make him her make Data her puppet, basically. That's what I read out of the film, anyway.
Well, no, it's interesting because I went to the prom and I was dressed as Data, and my prom date was dressed as the Borg Queen. We got a lot of weird looks, but the sex that night was crazy.
I have a feeling this didn't happen, but it would be really cool.
Fantasy, but that's okay.
I'm not going to confirm nor deny. I think it's an interesting story.
Okay, then I think it was a fantasy.
Well, it's better than most of yours.
Oh God!
And I guess
Scotty.
she somehow made it to where he can't control whether his emotion chip is on or off anymore. She has control over that now, and she turned it on.
Oh yeah, it did.
I just do find it very fascinating that she's grafting on organic parts to Data, and it's like the first time I think, well, Data has thought he was close to human. He's thought he could understand what humans were, but unless you got organic elements on your body, you'll never understand what it is to be human, because one of the big aspects of humanity is, to feel pain, to be afraid of
Sure.
feeling pain, and that's
And the
what
only
comes into this
yeah.
film, right?
Yeah, and the only thing that makes that good in this movie is that they touch on it at the beginning, where Picard is touching the Phoenix and saying this is a boyhood fantasy, and Data's like, does touching it change it for you somehow? But it doesn't change it for Data. He just feels the imperfections of it, and it's the same thing whether he touches it or not.
And I gotta say, I am like, I do enjoy Data in Picard season 3. I like everything I remember about it. I
That's
haven't seen
a
it in
that's
a while.
that's a Frankenstein Data. It's like
I'm
an
fine with that.
amalgamation of
Data is a
lore.
Frankenstein to those who don't understand
Well,
the
okay, yeah,
personality of Data.
I know that his personality was first made with all of the colonists.
Yeah.
Memories and all of that, but this is
That's a
different.
Frankenstein.
This is different though. I mean, because
I
it's like they're
like
merging
the dream
lore.
sequence in
Like,
Picard
why
season
would
3
you
where they have that like the what if Lazarus fight.
At least none of the colonists were psychopaths.
Whatever.
Why would you merge lore with Data? It's ridiculous.
Well, and you know what? Never mind. We're not in. You know what? I do enjoy Lily as a character. But I do think that she's more like, how do we get Whoopi Goldberg to be more exciting? And so I think Lily is action Guinan.
Yeah, I like
That's a fair
how
assessment.
she's great in this.
I like her too. I like her too.
It's not a derogatory. It's more of like, I feel like I'm being a marketing person.
Well, Jim's Landscape says, I give this a big A and going to run. Take care.
Well, that gives me an excuse to go have a cigarette.
Haven't you had already like 7?
No, 37.
Oh, this is still the first one that you want to go have?
No, come on. You're not my real mom.
No, I'm not saying that it's not. Okay, I wasn't judging you. I'm just wondering because you keep saying it, but then I don't seem to see or hear
I'll
you.
be right. I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, I can't go anywhere. I can't
guess,
have a cigarette break if Jill's gone.
I guess my question is, did you mean that you want to step away and have one, or do you have one just in our presence? Both are
No,
fine,
I have
by
to
the way.
step away. I have to go away.
What I was saying was, until now, you've said several times that you're stepping away to have one, but then I feel like you never actually stepped away.
No, I just do it very, very quickly.
Oh, you're a quick smoker.
I know. Oh, no. If you have a chain, I'll smoke it. Check out the beat while the DJ revolves it.
You're the Vanilla Ice of smokers in a stream.
That, you know what? That is the best compliment I have heard all month.
Word to your mother.
Thank you. I will pass that on.
I don't know how we got to talking about Vanilla Ice.
I don't care, but I'm having a blast.
Star Trek First Contact. But just so you know, I wasn't judging you at all. I really don't care.
Nah, it's cool, man.
Mother,
Thank you.
You know, you do whatever you think is best.
Oh, if you get to know Scotty better, you'll definitely judge him. Sorry, Scotty. Some people don't get my humor, I guess.
No, it's okay. I get
You're
everybody's
cool.
humor.
Scotty knows me. I know Scotty. We enjoy each other. At least I think we do, right, Scotty?
Oh yeah, and
I pissed him off. Okay. Oh fuck.
Did you guys?
No, you
did
just
you guys
live
already
very
point
far
out?
away.
Did you
Hey,
guys
by the
already
way-
point out that this is
What's that?
Neelix from Voyager?
I know.
We're in the Hollow Suite now, aren't we? I remember this scene.
Does
this is pretty cool.
Does this count as like a Star Trek cameo? Like this is a deep cut.
This is when he plays Dix, right, in the Hollow Suite.
Yeah.
I love
Dixon
this
Hill.
scene. This scene's awesome.
Yeah, Dixon Hill.
Damn, they put so much good shit in this movie. It's like, I love this, It's like,
guys.
they're just throwing in all kinds of stuff. It's like, this movie's way better than any other Next Generation film. Come on, guys.
I'll give you that. I think
agree.
this has to be the best Next Generation movie.
Yeah, and in this movie, they seem to self-reference themselves too, the franchise
a
too.
A lot. That's what I love about the film. They reference a lot of shit, right? It's like it's great.
They do enough stuff for fans while also making it more action in Hollywood, but somehow it still works. And I'd rather have this than most of the other stuff they did.
Also, I like how the holograms kind of confuse the Borg a little bit.
Oh hell yeah!
I think it's funny.
Well, the Borg aren't completely. Well, the Borg aren't human totally. And the holograms are obviously not human, so of course that'll confuse them, I'm thinking, right, Joe?
This may be a stupid question, but are they wearing holographic clothes, or did they change their
They
clothes
replicated. Well, I don't know. I feel like they must have replicated clothes.
I think when you walk in a hologram, if you go into the 1930s or whatever this is, you'll get 1930s clothes on you.
That is a good question. Because the hologram, the holodeck, and the replicator use similar technology.
I think it just replicates the era, and if you're, you can walk in there start naked and you still get 30s clothes, right?
If we can stop counting bolts, I would like to say, in terms of fan service, I thought that this is one of the greatest experiences that I had in a movie theater. Back to Dixon Hill as a distraction from the Borg. This is my favorite.
Yeah.
I love the ambiance of 1940s noir. So does Captain Picard.
And then he's got that fucking machine gun, right, Scotty?
Well, yeah. And I really appreciate it. I like that it is, but not only the aesthetic, but also that it was a callback to seasons 1, 2, and 3.
Exactly.
And it was a service to the fans, and I liked that.
But it was good service. It wasn't cheap and cheesy. It was quality service.
Well, by this time, I had been already listening to Saturday Night Star Trek, and I remember from a review that I saw with Raquel Briggs, she did mention something that I think was very intelligent, and I think at this point the crew should have realized, I think I agree with this, that once you realize, hey, these projectile weapons, you don't have to worry about changing their modulation or the Borg adapting to them. Let's make 1,000 of these and have everybody have these. And so that's one little flaw in this movie, is that should have been attempted later on when they say that there are no weapons. Our weapons don't work anymore. At least that's something.
That's only on the holodeck, isn't it, Jill?
Yeah, but what Jill is saying and what Raquel suggested is absolutely accurate. Hey, everybody, let's get in the holodecks.
You'd have to lure all the Borg into the
get
holodeck
some machine guns. We could play Fallout.
You need one, Dad.
Yeah, you don't have to be. You just replicate them.
Yeah, but they wouldn't function out of the holodeck, would they?
Yeah, because they're replicated.
There probably is a logical.
I'm not bought on the science there, Jill. I'm sorry.
There probably is a logical explanation. It's probably energy-based weapons the Borg are immune to, but more projectile-based weapons. They're not familiar with them, so they're not adapted to them yet.
Personally, I'd go with fucking hand grenades. Just blow the hell out of the Borg.
So just go up to a replicator and ask for some machine guns.
Well, and also, if I may interject just a little bit of science, is that the first time that we as an audience see the Borg interact with bullets, maybe they just didn't have time to adapt. but they will.
That's the thing.
And that would have been
adapt
cool to see, though.
everything.
I would have liked to see the attempt. Trying every possibility. It would have been fun. About the projectile weapons, Mr. Miles says the teleporting one from DS9 would have been awesome. The teleporting one. Oh yeah, the one that the crazy Vulcan had. That Ezri Dax had to solve the mystery about. That was a good weapon, yes.
Oh, that was a great weapon.
Yes,
Or just
it
take
was
a rocket launcher, or just take a rocket launcher and blow away the Borg that way until they adapt to that rocket launcher.
Oh, come on,
a rocket launcher.
Are you playing Doom?
Anyway, back on Earth, Geordi. I love Geordi with the sunglasses. By the way, that's really cool.
I think it's great too. Well,
I
yeah,
love it.
because
Yeah.
like you guys said earlier, he wanted to make sure people didn't see his cybernetic eyes.
Can you imagine what Cochrane would have done if he'd seen Geordi's cybernetic eyes? He would have totally freaked out for sure.
Well, let's also not forget production-wise, it is a way that LeVar Burton doesn't have to put in those kooky contact lenses.
So you're saying
they
didn't have to spend half an hour putting the lenses in his eyes that day?
I've never had contact lenses, and I can only assume that they are somewhat uncomfortable. Maybe
It's not too bad. It's not too
to
bad.
the budget, though, right? Because
Really?
it would take time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I don't think it's a big deal, but it's even more convenient. He puts on the sunglasses. It's more pleasant.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
and
so
Scotty,
the thing about it is,
Well, Zephyr gets freaked out about the statue coming up. So yeah.
Will someone please shut up? Not you, Sci-Fi Sit Dan.
Scotty, I was gonna.
You can
I was
shut
gonna
up there, Scotty.
hey, nobody needs to tell anybody to shut up on this panel except me.
I'll shut up. I will be the one to shut up.
Scotty and I know each other, Jill. We understand each other. I was just
Okay.
making a joke. Scotty knows that.
boy.
Don't you, buddy?
I tried, man. I tried.
I don't know. I don't know. The thing is, I'm not good at conflict, so I don't know what's happening and what led to you telling the other person to shut up. I don't.
Well, okay, I will tell you. This is going to be a great experience. So I wanted to hear what Sci-Fi Sit Dan had to say.
But okay.
Well, as I was trying to say before this panel went nuts, the reason why I said a rocket launcher towards the Borg, because here's the thing about the Borg. If you don't hit them hard and fast in the first round or any of that, they will adapt so fast. That's why I said, give me a rocket launcher to blow away a Borg drone before they adapt. That's all.
You can get rid of a few at once that way, but you've got to make sure you don't destroy, the ship also at the same time.
Well, I remember at Q-Who, the Enterprise hit the Borg with multiple shots of phasers and photons, if I remember correctly, and that didn't do a damn thing to them. So you're going to have to have a hell of a lot more than rocket launchers to defeat the Borg.
Well, the only thing is that I wanted to go back to Geordi's eyes. The reason why it doesn't matter whether or not the contacts were comfortable or not is because he said that the visor hurt. Like it was actually painful, just like in the show, though. Geordi also says the visor's painful, but he deals with it.
Did you ever read about the visor, Jill? Was actually like a hair piece, like a hair comb?
And LeVar Burton
adapted in the
LeVar Burton called it a car vent.
Did you say LeVar Burton?
It was like a woman's hair comb or something.
No,
right?
I said LeVar Burton.
I love that visor.
Okay, so do I.
But it was like
it's
a
just
hair
that
comb
everybody's talking
they
all over
used.
me and I'm going crazy.
Oh no.
How crazy are you going? What would you like? How can we secure
From
this
0 to
communication?
75.
All right.
Okay,
Jill's
so
trying to hurt
basically,
she's hurting
the thing
Cass
is,
today.
I really love this scene because Zephyr Cochrane is learning about how important he is, and he doesn't really like it, but the whole crew are completely oblivious to that. They're just enjoying working with him. And he's learning that the very first chapter on elementary warp is called Zephyr Cochrane.
And I love this because it does culminate in I don't want to be a statue. Like the hero worship. There he is. There's Reg.
They're all.
Yeah, I see him.
They're all.
Oh wait, somebody's
worshiping
leaving.
him. And that's
Who's
the
leaving?
problem.
Somebody's
hey,
leaving.
broccoli! Yeah.
Yeah,
Barkley.
Don
Reginald Barkley.
I love broccoli.
I
Don
will fucking
Ranger
uppercut
Powers.
your
Broccoli's
face.
a good food too.
And why do you have to go
Oh.
straight to violence? God.
I don't know. I'm just angry. I'm defending.
I'm not angry.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
so-
you're making
Yeah,
fun of my boy.
But, oh my God, both you guys!
Anyway,
I just want to say to Don Ranger Power, I hope you have a wonderful Friday. He says, "Well, I must go now. Thank you all. Have a great weekend and enjoy Go Loser Ranger anime and the solar eclipse. I will enjoy the solar eclipse, and I hope that everybody remembers to only wear NASA approved glasses or use one of those pin camera thingies that you make, pinhole things.
I'm just going to
look
stare
directly into the
at the
sun.
sun. It's going to be fun.
Stare directly into the sun is what I want you to know.
I don't know what you just said.
Doesn't Jill have to leave at 3 to pick up her kids normally? Yes, but Grandma's taking care of it today. Oh. Anyway, Mr. Miles says, I'm crossing sci-fi series, but the Gould from Stargate had shields that could block bullets. Ooh, yeah, I remember that. And any fast-moving objects, the Borg would likely find a similar solution. And yeah, that's sort of similar. Slow-moving objects could pass through, but anything that speeds up would stop. Yes, exactly. That does remind me of that. And Matt G is congratulating me, saying, Jill, 700 subs. And Darth says, let the lady talk. Yeah, right. If you hear me trying to talk, it would be nice if that's a thing that can happen. I'm with Scotty. I'm going to look directly into the sun. It's what real men do.
Exactly. My retinas can refute anything.
Please subscribe, share, hit the like, and select live chat. All right. Okay, perfect. Now I think we can talk about Barkley. And I am excited about that. So, because this is some good stuff.
This is the best first contact day I think I've had in a long time.
Well, the thing is, yes, I agree. And I didn't get clips of Barkley, so I got to read all his words. Commander, this is what we're thinking of using.
Oh.
To replace the damaged warp plaza conduit.
An enameled copper. Good work, Reg.
Yeah. Look, he's so proud of himself. And he's like, look what I did.
Yeah.
Tell me, are they using their future 24th century technology to repair a ship, or are they using the 21st century equivalents to try and make it timeline-wise correctly?
Yes.
Yes.
So which is it?
Yes.
Well, no, they're using
the latter one. The last one, he said. They're trying to keep it.
It's 21st century, but I guess if anybody can hear me.
Yeah, and they're trying to keep it of the time, but I'm saying the same thing anyway, so it's fine. But you need to reinforce this copper tubing with nanopolymer.
Oh, my mistake. I'm a worse engineer than Reginald Barkley.
Dr. Cochran, I know this sounds silly, but can I shake your hand? And so he's just so excited to see him. It's still off still. Wait, what's Frank?
I do. What's still off?
I don't know what's
muted.
Can you rephrase the question, Walker?
Yeah.
Are you a Texas Ranger?
And then, my favorite part is where Barkley is just shaking his hand for an uncomfortably long period of time. And he said, thank you, Doctor. I can't tell you what an honor it is to work with you on this project. The man who invented warp drive.
Okay.
It's just a little hero worship, Doc.
I do have to say that I really like Geordi's outfit, his 21st century outfit. I want something like that. I look good in red and green. So maybe it's a Christmas outfit. Looks like it's warm. So I want one of those.
What exactly? This is like 2063, right?
Yes. Well,
Well,
20. Yeah, no, totes. Yep.
well, maybe clothes have gotten sharper by 2063 because you got to admit, clothes are pretty bland and boring these days, right?
No, I look good all the time.
Well, you have good fashion sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe that's what PvP needs.
I'm just too old to give a fuck anymore. I'm sorry.
Oh no,
Well,
you're
and
never
that's
too
fair
old.
enough.
You shouldn't. You should always care about how you look.
Oh, I look okay. Like, I'm not totally sloppy. I actually put on a dress shirt and pants, but it's like,
Yeah, but do you look as good as Geordie LaForge in 2063?
well, let's see. If I was like 30 years younger and a lot slimmer, I probably would.
Well, you can, yeah.
That's fair
Hey,
enough.
we are what we
Also,
are, right?
I want to see the scene for this scene
It's
here.
marbled, about 20 meters tall, and you're looking up at the sky. And your hands sort of reaching toward the future.
Poor guy. It's like, Jordy, you're just screwing his head up,
I gotta take a leak.
I think I'd have the same response, actually. Well, actually, I wouldn't mind somebody building a statue.
Yeah, what's
to me,
wrong? I would be happy that somebody would say that I once did something good and everybody was really happy with me.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
sir.
I'd never invent warp drive, so I wouldn't deserve a statue. It's like
We're not talking about you.
If I took the garbage out this week, then they could build a statue to me, I guess. But it doesn't mean much, right?
No, it'd be a lot. I would visit it.
Well, no, but you for that you'll get maybe a participation certificate.
I have one of those.
You're gonna issue that for me, Joe?
Can someone please itemize?
Someone heard
Okay. So, what was your point, Scotty?
I didn't have. My point was, please let Price of Reason go first.
Okay. But I think it was Sci-Fi Sit Down that had something.
And my point is that this Zephyr Cochran, he does not want to be overwhelmed with appraisal or admiration. He's a down to earth guy, has a drinking problem that does not get the admiration he wants or deserves. He doesn't want that.
I mean, I think as far as the character, what they did with him, I think it makes some sense. The fact that maybe this is even adding some pressure on him. Before, he's just some guy drinking and nobody cares, and now suddenly they're telling him all this very serious stuff that sort of everybody's counting on him, and I think the pressure is a lot higher now, maybe, which is why not good for an alcoholic.
Well, and it's interesting when what you're trying to do out of flippancy. I want money and naked women. And then you find out that it's going to be one of the most important events in human history. And you're like, oh, I'd rather get drunk and go to bed. I don't want to live up to this. And I enjoy that. Like, I honestly think that, and I don't know if I've said this before, but I'm pretty sure I have. And I'll say it again. I think that the representation of Zephyr Cochran in this movie is Gene Roddenberry. Like, it is the fictionalized version of Gene Roddenberry, of a drunken womanizer who eventually made something, and his entire goal was just to get laid on an island. And then he found out that he inspired a lot of people. What he thought of did like lots of good.
He didn't inspire a lot of people. He inspired the future, Scotty.
Well, let's just start
And
with
so did Zephyr Cochran.
I really like this take. Whatever you just said, I really like it.
I do think
to
that
a point. I'd never heard any stories of Gene Roddenberry being drunk on set, but
no, but
it was the 60s.
I mean, I assume that they were all drunk on set in the 60s. And
have you ever seen Mad Men?
No, I get what Scotty's saying, though. I mean, we all know Gene had the reputation as, a womanizer and a bit of a party animal. even though he is an awesome guy we all love and respect, and for his visions to bring this concept of Star Trek together, which we all,
I
know
I
and
think that
love
the drinking.
intensely.
Sorry.
But, it's like, oh gosh, where the hell am I going with this? It's like,
I don't
I
know.
just,
What does Price of Reason think?
I'm
I
saying
just
that I
think,
think that the drinking and the womanizing only helped Gene Roddenberry. Uh, how,
Same as the Rolling Stones.
right. I mean, sometimes you need that stuff to really focus on your craft.
yeah, I think it kind of goes hand in hand, right? I guess that's what I was trying to
Yeah.
say.
A lot of times also you see stuff in history, musicians that made the best music, and it turns out that they were doing very mind expanding things while they were doing it. Sometimes as an artist, you really have to kind of broaden your horizons.
Well, it's like when I think of Jimi Hendrix, right? Probably my favorite guitarist of all time, because that guy was incredibly. It was unreal what he could play, and he
Hot
only put
take.
like he did like what 3 albums before he died, and I can still listen to those. And those albums are like
Technically,
back. No, those albums are like late 60s. I think the last one was 69, and they still sound
technically,
ahead of their time. Like that's
all
phenomenal.
He had a very
techni-
sound, Jimi Hendrix. That's why I think even today you could still listen
right.
to it, and it still sounds like Jimi Hendrix, which is kind of his own thing, timeless even.
Timeless. That's what I wanted to say. Timeless. Yes.
I am flippant, and I apologize for this, and that's why I was giggling through that last little bit. Is that
Mhm.
technically every single one of Jimi Hendrix's albums was before he died.
No, they actually put out a lot of stuff after he died, Scotty.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he didn't
they,
record anything after
no,
he
they
died.
conjured
He
up
No,
was
all
but
the leftovers.
they
Yeah,
dead.
put a lot of.
leftovers.
They're still putting shit out. Like even now, I think they put stuff out a couple years ago that he recorded
I
before he
don't
died.
think you
He's still
understand the
dropping
logic.
tracks.
No, but
Yeah, exactly.
his estate likes money. I'm guessing, right?
For sure.
Well, it's exactly. It's my favorite. Who played Grand Moff Tarkin?
Peter Cushing.
I
Yeah, that's him. He's been putting out good work after his death.
a lot of
Well,
a
yeah.
lot of estates do release stuff after death, and some of
It's
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 pretty
like
decent.
when an actor is in a film, but then they die, but then the movie's finally produced and released.
Well, it's
So
not
that's
exactly because an actor in a movie, there were people there. There was a director, there was a writer. He needed to
Mhm.
give a certain performance. With the music, if it's a lot of times, especially if it's an artist that writes his own music or things like that, you feel like Jimi Hendrix, probably all the stuff that they released after he died, he didn't seem to want to release it, so he probably didn't think it was good enough for release. Maybe compared to all the crap that's around now, it still sounds pretty good. But usually the albums that these artists make when they're alive are better than the ones than they do when they're dead.
Well, and I've heard stories that Prince has catalogs of things that were never intended for public consumption. And when they eventually pillage that library, I'm going to crave it. I'm going to look for it, but also I'm going to feel bad because Prince never wanted me to hear it.
Prince made a lot of mistakes, and the biggest one that he made is he didn't set up his estate.
Dying.
No, I mean that's his biggest mistake. But aside from that, he didn't set up an estate or anything properly, any kind of heirs. He left it all one big mess. He did say in a lot of interviews he never wants people to use his image here. He doesn't want to use his music there. He doesn't want people to do covers. He had a whole millions of things that he didn't want at all. But the thing is that if he didn't want all of those things, he needed to have some kind of will or something to protect these things that he was saying. And instead, you have a bunch of people that couldn't care less about any of the things that he said, and they want to do the exact opposite. They just want to, they're fighting with each other, from what I remember. They all want a lot of money, and whatever his wishes were, that's the last thing on their mind.
And yes, I agree with you. It's such an interesting sort of conversation. However,
However,
I'm
this is a
looking
Star
down the
Trek
barrel
film,
of a
yeah.
laser-eyed Borg, and I was
a
wondering,
film.
Jill.
Well, yeah. So the thing is, what I wanted to talk about. Okay, so I found another thing in the book, the 50-year mission.
The 50 Shades of Star Trek, sure.
Yeah, and this one is something that Brent
God,
Spiner
no.
says.
Please, no
Brent-
50 Shades of Star Trek. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to vomit soon if I
One of the
hear that
most
again.
okay, this is from Brent Spiner. One of the most surprising aspects of First Contact was Rick Berman's choice of director. Next Generation cast member Jonathan Frakes, who had helmed numerous episodes of TNG, Deep Space Nine, and Voyager. Berman had actually been interested in veteran Trek director Rick Colby helming the sequel, but Patrick Stewart reportedly put the kibosh on that as the two had gone toe-to-toe a number of times during the tumultuous shooting of the TNG finale.
I have to interrupt you because I love the word kibosh.
Well, that was the end of the thing, so you didn't interrupt at all. It was absolutely perfect. I think that's interesting that this movie could have been directed by the guy who directed All Good Things.
Tumultuous was a nice word too. I like that one.
Well, and I enjoy the fact that you brought up All Good Things, because no matter what, like I have always been say, is it better than Nemesis? And that is my low bar. But like, are any of the Star Trek The Next Generation movies better than All Good Things?
What's better than All Good Things?
If any of the movies are better than All Good Things.
No,
Are
I think All
any
Good
of the
Things is the
movies?
best. No.
All Good Things is the best Star Trek The Next Generation movie.
Right, and it's a perfect ending, really. You didn't really need the movies, or anything else, but I don't mind the movies, especially this one.
Oh,
yeah, this one's all right. Well, yeah, because
I love hanging out with my friends.
I mean, this is just a fun action adventure movie with some fun one-liners and
Reports of my assimilation
And,
are greatly exaggerated. For this to work, all three maglocks will have to be released.
Assimilate this.
Oh yeah, when do we get into that scene? That scene, I want to talk about that scene.
Pleasant Valley Picker.
Pleasant Valley Picker, that's me.
Yes. May I ask may I excuse myself? I was going to go have a cigarette. Is that okay?
Yes, totally.
Are you called Pleasant Valley Picker because of Pleasant Valley Sunday?
Oh, hell no. People always make that Monkeys reference, but no.
I know Pleasant Valley Picker, and he, like, we're, I hate to say it, friends. And so I
was just asking about his name.
Oh,
you
shit.
guys could be friends all you want. I was just asking about the name.
No, you want me to explain the name? I'd be happy to do it if you'd like.
No, I don't want. You'll do it later. Let's let Jill do her thing.
Yeah,
I don't wanna-
I actually wanted to let Jill get on with the stream because
Yeah, let's let Jill do her thing.
Okay, so what's happening here is that
sometime next 2 hours I got a cable guy coming on to.
Okay, so what's happening in this scene is that that Geordi and Riker they have to find Zefram Cochrane because he's drunk and he doesn't want to be a statue and he doesn't want to be part of history. He doesn't like how much the pressure of being this important historical figure. So they have to run him down in the forest.
And phaser him.
Yeah, they have to phaser him.
Which I love. I love this scene.
I do too. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good moment.
Oh, it's so damn good. Yeah.
And this is the part where the 55-year mission does get more interesting too. Rick Berman says there were a lot of problems with David Carson directing Generations. So when it came time for the second movie, I knew I needed to go elsewhere and had very strong feelings about Jonathan's talents and work on Generations. I mean, on Next Generation. And at that point, Deep Space Nine, we hired him to do First Contact, and he did a remarkable job. The first movie was, I would say, a little disappointing. It did better in the studio than I expected it to do.
A little?
A little, yeah. We had comically low budgets, I was very proud of everything in First Contact. I believed, as I did on Generations, that it's important that a person understands Star Trek to be able to direct one of these films. There are just too many Star Trek elements that need to be understood to bring someone in from the outside. Of the people who were available, who were directors who really understood Star Trek, Jonathan was one of the best. A lot of directors who are big fans of Star Trek wouldn't dream of directing one. And so, yeah. So they really like Jonathan about as director. And I think he did a good job too.
Like,
Because I do enjoy this movie.
I gotta say, Jill, if somebody asked me to direct like a legacy, like, you know, classic Star Trek film, I'd be very intimidated because as much as I love, TOS and Next Gen and all the classic Trek, I'd be like, holy shit. I know if I don't get good writers, I know I'm going to fuck up some way, right? I'm gonna miss some detail, and the fans are going to get pissed off. And like, would you find it intimidating, Jill, if suddenly, amazingly, they emailed you and said, "Anti-Derivative Jill, we want you to direct a fantastic new Star Trek film with the original canon," and what would your response be?
Well, that would be tough, but I'd imagine that they have a lore expert, and so I'd need a lore expert, and I'd need a science consultant, and I'd need a military consultant. And so when
Okay.
you make Star Trek, you have to have a team. You can't just go in there and just write it by yourself. You need to know what you're doing.
So you
But
think it'd be okay?
there's well, yeah, because if I had that team, if they just threw me to the wolves, then yeah, I'd suck. I
Okay.
love Star Trek, but I'm gonna get something wrong, like you said. And I think there's a one weird thing in this movie is who gets Borgified in this scene? There's somebody who gets Borgified.
Oh yeah.
Hawk. So I
Actually,
don't like that.
I was looking forward to this scene. I actually, the thing is, there's a lot of the movie where they're battling the Borg, and there's some more action scenes. And for me, this is it. It was nice that they slowed the pace down here, and this was like very much about suspense, building the suspense. It's like, okay, we got our 3 crew members here. Are they going to be okay? Are they going to be able to accomplish their task? I just love the suspense in this scene, Jill.
Yeah, they have to work on all the 3 maglocks to open them, and the weird thing
Yeah.
is that the Borg are kinda like, "Okay, whatever, we'll let you do," because I guess they don't realize what they're doing, and
Well,
that's an old trope with the Borg is that if they don't see you as a threat, they're not gonna attack you.
yeah.
But it's a little bit strange. It's a little bit
Until they
weird.
activate, it though, and then the Borg,
And then then
like
they just fly
they get
away.
nasty, right?
Tell me, for Picard shooting the plate there, did he sort of violate the Owens film continuity when they said a few seconds earlier, or a few minutes earlier, that if they fire their phases at full blast, they will destroy half the ship?
Yeah, if they accidentally hit something, like if there was they said don't they said okay, Hawk said that I could get my phaser on that and you can't do that because
Now Picard
yeah, that
said
makes
there's something they could hit that would destroy half of the Enterprise. Yeah.
yeah, so Hawk just wanted to destroy the thing. Like just set his phaser on it and just blast it.
But
And
then the scene wouldn't
Picard
have happened.
said, "No, there's a risk we hit the dish and it's charged with antiprotons that could destroy half the ship."
Anti-protons,
So
that was it, Jill. Yeah.
so that's why they have to disengage it. They have to do a little maglocks thing so that it lifts up from the ship and flies off. And then Worf can blast it, and now it's okay to fire at the antiprotons. But
Yeah,
yes,
then
I
we
do
have
know
a-
what you mean.
we have-
I do know what you mean. Sci-fi sit down. They're still using their phasers on the Borg, and so they're risking hitting the thing that they're not supposed to hit. But they managed to not do that.
But then they still have a great 10-minute suspenseful scene where they might succeed or the Borg might kill them. So that's really good.
Well, and you know what? I hate to interrupt. Actually, no, I don't.
No, you don't.
But
I know you don't.
Neil McDonough as Lieutenant Hawk he is amazing in this movie, and he has gone on to do such great work in Band of Brothers.
Band of Brothers? Sorry, Scotty.
Well, and that's why I don't like this scene, because they Borgify him, but he's in a suit. How did that happen?
Well, because of the what did we call them? The tubes.
The nanites.
But they're in these spacesuits.
So how do they get through the helmet? Is what you're questioning, Jill?
Yeah.
Oh,
I can see your logic. I can see your logic.
It's easy. It's called plot convenience in a suspense scene to make the stakes go up. It's called plot convenience.
You know, there's very few films I'd give plot convenience leeway as much as this film, but I just think this film was so cool. It's like, what, is this the third time I've given plot convenience to the story? Probably.
I think I've told this story before, but if you'll indulge me, I saw this movie on opening day in a theater because skipping school was not a problem for me. And so then I saw it later that day with my girlfriend, my high school girlfriend. And I said, guess what? Worf dies. And then you get the thing where the Borg cuts his spacesuit, and she looked at me and she was like, oh no. And I was like, I know he's gonna die. And then when he didn't die, she was so happy.
Then she was so mad that you lied to her.
Yes, that's why we broke up.
So last time Scotty ever saw her again.
Yeah, she probably slapped you for it friends. Too. And Scotty, she probably slapped you for that too.
No, no, it worked out really well that night.
At least there was a night. Oh, and it's exploded.
And it exploded.
It did. I'm so happy. Because
thank heavens we're back on Earth.
We're finally getting
this.
to the Phoenix.
We're getting towards the end of the movie. Oh, I can't believe it. We're finally there.
But this is one of those.
I can't believe it.
This is one of those things where I think when I first saw this movie, I think that I was so engaged with the action of the Borg on the Enterprise. But as I guess if I matured, I think I matured a little. I was much more invested in. It may have been your laser beam or my whiskey.
I got a 4-alarm.
Like I do think that of Zefram Cochrane during this movie is the thing that made me enjoy it better as an adult.
Either from the whiskey or your laser beam, or both.
Agree. I think Zefram's one of the best things in the fucking movie. Like, you know, this is the divisive spot, though, right? People either love him or they hate him in this movie.
You seem far away from the microphone, PvP. Is it just me?
Oh shit! Is that better?
He's in Ontario.
Damn! I just it's my mic.
Ready to make history.
I'm gonna play that one again.
Ready to make history.
Now?
Yeah. Say something.
Hello.
Yeah, that's
you're
better.
good.
But there are 50 million people living on the moon in my time.
Bucks for this
that's
damn
where I am.
headset, and I'm getting crappy mic. Oh shit.
You're
that's
okay.
I just bought this like 3 months ago too, so it should be
It's
good.
fine. It's fine. It's just it was just a momentary hiccup.
Okay.
If you have a problem again, I'll let you know.
I've had some weird glitches lately because I was on a stream earlier in the week and it was like somebody said I was breaking up. And like, what? I got like a $9 headset. So,
are you sure that someone wasn't breaking up with you?
It's been a long time since somebody broke up with me, but I'm not going to go into that.
Can I do it now? Can I break
I'll
up with
get
you?
sad. I'll get sad and depressed.
Why would you
No,
do
I don't wanna
that?
do
Does
that.
that sound like a productive thing to do?
No.
Don't break up with me. I'm a
Doobie
sweetheart.
down, doobie doo down, down.
I'm sure Scotty would not want to break up with me because we have.
Well, we were never together.
Oh hell yes we are. We're together on a lot of Jill streams. You know it.
Yeah,
you love
fair
it.
enough. You got a good point.
You
You got a good
acknowledge
point.
it.
So who's the wife in you guys' friendship then?
I think PvP is the butch, and I
Don't
will
go there.
be the.
Don't
Never mind.
go there. Don't go there.
I just like people.
I'll say again. Don't.
I
go
just like
there.
people on top.
From Cochrane. But you people got some pretty funny ideas about me.
Masculine.
You all look at me as if I'm some kind of saint or visionary or something.
Of this scene.
And so I can't deny that I did think of Gene when I heard Drake say this, Riker.
I don't. You did have a vision.
I love it. That God damn, this movie's so damn good. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit who hates this movie. This stuff at the end is like this is gold. This is gold, right, guys?
Yes.
I didn't build this ship to usher in a new era for humanity. I built this ship so that I could retire to some tropical island filled with naked women.
Yeah, at least he's honest, right?
Pretty little maids all in a row.
Someone once said, "Don't try to be a great man, just be a man."
And that is the line that Scotty R37 requested for this one.
Okay.
Someone once said, "Don't try to be a great man, just be a man."
Is that not the line in Metamorphosis where Zephyr Cochrane says the exact same line?
No, he doesn't say the same line.
I thought he did say a pretty similar line.
If he does, then I can be incorrect. I'm
just saying. I'm just saying. I don't quote me on it, but I think Zephyr Metamorphosis Zephyr might have said that line, and that would obviously make a problem in the timeline.
No, it would actually be congruent.
Well, I'm just saying, check it out on your own time, guys. You know.
Yeah, your mileage may vary.
My mileage
see, the only
always
thing
varies.
the only line I remember from Metamorphosis is that immortality consists largely of boredom.
You know what? And the thing is that when I was thinking back upon the original series Zephyr Cochrane show, I was like, maybe I'll plant a fig tree. That was the thing that really.
Really?
I don't know why.
Where the hell would you plant the tree, Scotty?
In the planet.
I live in an apartment, so
He
I have
says
no
it.
place to plant a tree.
But no, that's a Zephyr Cochrane thing. And he's like, you know what? Maybe I'll just plant a fig tree. He doesn't want to go to the stars. He doesn't even like to fly. He takes trains.
I think it's a metaphorical thing.
Yeah, but that's before he actually does fly. After he flies, he's like, "Oh yeah, this was cool."
Hey, we got the Steppenwolf shit here yet.
But this is the thing that when people watch First Contact, from the opening anthem or theme, I think that it is a hopeful viewpoint.
Yes,
like
I agree.
First Contact is about the entire movie is about Zephyr Cochrane shaking hands with that Vulcan. And
that's why I love those. That's why I told Jill I love her thumbnail, because she summed that movie up in that one thumbnail.
Agreed. Oh, Jill, do you have the okay. I have a request.
What's your request?
Okay. So you see this battle going on between Picard and Worf?
Oh, this
Yeah.
is I love this scene.
Do you
Oh
have?
my God, this
Do
is
you
a good
have this?
No, I didn't. I didn't get it.
I
Can
just
you?
love
Well, no.
that.
Can
He
you
wants
get
transcript.
the transcript, and then I would very much. And I don't know who wants to do it, but I know who I want to do it. Who wants to be Worf?
If you're gonna do it soon, I could be Worf.
No, I don't want you to be Worf.
Okay, well I'll go get another drink then. Fuck it.
You should do that. You should do that.
Okay.
How long do you want to go
want
on?
it. I'm
I
not
would have
wanting it.
killed you where you would stand, Scotty.
Well, no, then Sci-Fi Sit Down. You volunteered. Let's do it. Jill will get the dialogue and we'll do it.
Well, how's my voice of him? Is it that bad or is it okay?
It's okay. Okay, so
yeah, well, I got
actually okay, and I'll be Crusher because she has one line.
Oh, yay!
Okay, I'm almost done. Hold on.
So I'm going to be Picard. Sci-Fi Sit Dan is going to be Worf. And Jill is going to be Crusher. Okay?
Okay.
Tell me when to go.
Go ahead.
We have not lost the Enterprise, Mr. Worf. Oh, okay. One more time. We have not lost the Enterprise, Mr. Worf. We are not going to lose the Enterprise.
I want to start off sooner than that one.
Okay, good. Well, you have to provide the script, yo.
Okay.
The hell? I have to be British.
Yeah,
I didn't even realize what I was getting into.
Okay.
And also, I kind of wanted Price of Reason to be Worf, but whatever.
That's fine.
No, but it would be better. No,
on your first batch of dinosaur meshed together both mine and Scotty's dialogue.
Okay. So
wait.
Okay, so
maybe,
guys, just ignore the first two.
I think Price of Reason. I think Price of Reason would be a better Picard than me.
I would be a better Picard?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
So you do Picard.
Okay, so Sci-Fi Sit Dan start where Worf says wait. Okay, that's where we're starting the reading.
Wait, Captain, our weapons are useless. We must activate the auto-destruct sequence and use the escape pods to evacuate the ship.
You want me to destroy the ship and run away, you coward?
Oh. Wait.
You got another line.
Where do I find the line?
Okay.
Okay. Now I got you.
This is what happens if you don't show up at rehearsal.
No, Picard says no, and then Crusher says, "Jean-Luc, if we destroy the ship, we destroy the Borg."
Okay, I got you.
Your line is we're going to stay and fight.
So, okay, Crusher, Jean-Luc. And then if you were any other man, who says that? Is that now?
That's Worf. That's not you.
Okay, ignore the first two blocks. They're not there. We're starting at where Worf says wait. And
I already said
I'll be Worf.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, you be Worf.
No, okay, you do the Worf with the wait captain, and then I'll respond. I know what to do now.
Me or Scotty?
No,
somebody start at wait.
All right.
Somebody be Worf.
Wait, Captain, our weapons are useless. We must activate the auto-destruct sequence and use the escape pods to evacuate the ship.
No.
Crusher said, Jean-Luc, if we destroy the ship, we destroy the Borg.
We're going to stay and fight.
Sir, we have lost the Enterprise. We must not sacrifice.
We have not lost the Enterprise, Mr. Worf. We are going to love the Enterprise. Sorry, lose the Enterprise.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Not to the
You're not-
Borg. Not while I'm in command. You have your orders.
I must object to this course of action, Picard.
Your objection is noted.
With all due respect, sir, you are allowed your personal experience with the Borg to influence your judgment.
You're afraid. You want to destroy the ship and run away. You coward.
John Luke.
Well,
If you were any other man, I would kill you where you stand.
Get off my bridge.
And scene. That was by far the worst interpretation of that I have ever heard. So thank you so much.
Really, we all were that bad?
Yes, it was one of the worst things I've ever heard.
I think we
Hey,
tried
you
our
know,
best.
I think
You
it was
did?
great. And I think what happened as a result, I think that Miskatonic Madman liked it because he sent a super sticker. And
Delicious.
so, yeah, thank you so much, Miskatonic Madman. That's awesome. Let's see what it is. It's a super sticker of a flying pear. Super pear. Yeah.
The best part is that I was trying to see, it was written really small, and then I said that they would love the Enterprise.
I thought that was kind of fun.
That was the funniest part.
Well, sometimes it works out, and I know I enjoyed it. It was a good time.
No, but like I don't mean to be critical. Like I do enjoy.
do.
I enjoy the play around it. Yes, of course, I mean to be critical, but like
It's
I
420,
do
can you
enjoy the
tell?
play around it. So it's fun. It's
So,
fun.
Scotty, so who was the worst in that dialogue? Me or the other guy?
Oh no, let's not answer that. I don't
No,
think-
it was Jill. Jill was the
I'm
worst.
the worst.
I was
I'm the
bad.
worst.
I was the worst. I'm bad.
No,
I'm a bad
I'll take
crusher.
responsibility, Jill. You weren't the worst. I was the worst, and I said
No,
that they would
but-
love the Enterprise, which made no sense.
But you know what though? It has entertainment value for the live stream. We will love the Enterprise.
We will love the Enterprise. So in that sense, it was okay.
I do want to agree with Mr. Miles. You are all equally the worst.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Miles.
All right, that's fair enough.
Not critical, just honest.
Gee, Mr. Miles,
Yes.
then can you fix us then? Since
Yes.
you're a mechanic?
That was the worst reading in the history of language, but we got love the Enterprise out of it, so it's good.
Why do you think I opted out?
You set people up for this.
I think I did a good Picard. I did my best.
No,
Yeah.
dude, you know what? You were the best of the worst.
We will love the Enterprise.
So the worst was Jill, then me, then you, then Scotty.
Yeah, I was
Yes.
a very bad crusher. Franco,
Yeah, no, I was the
Price of-
worst.
Price of Reason, can you read this from Franco Walker?
Which this one, we won't lose the Enterprise. We will love the Enterprise. Is that what you wanted me to read?
Yeah. And yes, I did. And E. Burr says Tony and Doomcock are skilled. Yes, for sure. DJ Play Nice says it may become legend or a t-shirt.
Love the Enterprise.
You're not gonna live that down, Price of Reason. I know that.
No, I'm never gonna. I feel like for years people are gonna say that to me now, and I'll know exactly what they mean, and I'll never be able to get away from it.
Well, Picard is determined to
This is-
not abandon his ship.
But this is the exact scene where I'm like, angry Guinan. Like this does this, and I appreciate it. I think it's two acting powerhouses. I think that
I
this
like
is
it because she's not part of the crew, so she's not expected to follow orders. So she's allowed to question him in this way, and it helps him understand that even if humanity has evolved, we're still human, and there are still those primitive elements in us that we can be subjected to,
Yeah,
no
just
matter
like
how
Picard.
much we try to suppress them.
Yeah, just like in Picard in this scene, it's about revenge now against the Borg.
It's not about revenge, really.
What?
I
Really?
don't think it's about revenge. I really don't.
What do you think it's about?
I think Picard. There is an element of revenge, but I think he's too disciplined a Starfleet officer to totally let that overtake his personality. At least that's my take in the movie.
Yeah, but right now, like on screen, the scene that we're currently seeing,
I think this is my favorite scene in the
of his
movie, actually.
unhinged nature. He's allowed his personal passions to overtake him.
Oh, I'm not arguing that, but just play the
Okay.
scene out. He
Well,
has his
okay.
reasons.
So a grudge against them too, and a grudge leads to revenge.
I don't think Picard's low enough to hold a grudge. I really don't.
And he thinks he's the only one who understands the Borg. He's the only one who can defeat them himself. And so that is now he's putting this responsibility all on himself to get rid of them.
But isn't that what Picard would do, Jill?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That is what he's doing.
Yeah.
Although he does it a little differently here than I think he would in the TV show. I don't think he would abandon his entire, like, he's not abandoning them, but he's making them get off the ship. Like, he's telling them leave. On the TV show, I think that they would be like, we want to save Data too.
No, but I like the twist.
Oh.
I like the plot twist here.
Oh, Jill.
I just love this scene.
Yeah.
Can you get the
just,
dialogue from this scene, and you be Lily and I'll be Picard?
I'd really like to make some comments on this.
Oh,
scene,
do we really?
This is the
yes.
This to me, this is the important.
I can do more Picard.
This is the
no,
most
but I want to
thing.
play, and maybe I'll tag you in.
And we fall back.
I'm just messing.
This is the scene.
Picard.
To me, this is the most important scene in the whole damn movie.
I agree with you.
And
I agree with you very much.
No,
really
you do Picard. I would put my feet to the fire once.
Do you want to be Lily?
I want to comment on the dialogue here.
I think you and Jill need to do this.
Well, no, I could be Lily.
The dialogue is incredible here.
So you want me to be Picard and you to be
okay,
Lily?
where do I start?
Well, at the very beginning.
Well, if anybody wants me to read anything, I'm willing
let's read the entire script.
Oh my god.
No, no.
All right. Well, you said the whole thing, so I already started.
I want to ask the chat if anybody wants me to be. Should I be Picard or Scotty be Picard? And I'm cool either way. Let's see what the chat says.
Well,
it's up to Jill.
Can Scotty pull off a British accent?
I don't know. I don't think I'll be good at it.
Gosh, I've been.
But I want to. I want to play the scene with Jill. So
I think what Scotty was saying is that he'll do some of it. He'll do some of it, and then he'll tag you in.
Yes. Yeah. No, we should all play.
I start? Which...
when Lily comes into the, whatever this room is.
All right. Let's see if this is too much dialogue. I have to put it.
And I do think her first line when entering the room is "I'm such an idiot." I think that's the line.
Oh, well, I can't wait to hear Jill say it.
Holy crap.
Well, I just want to put some space between this scene and the last thing we did.
Oh, no, maybe it starts with "you son of a bitch."
So, do I get any chance to read it?
No, not yet. I'm going to start, and then we're going to work it. We're going to do
I'm happy to do it if anybody cares, but...
Which part do you want to do, then?
We're all gonna play.
Jill's posted a lot of stuff there in the private chat. That's great. Wow.
Well, and that's what buttons are for.
You guys can do it. If PvP wants to do it, he can do it.
No, I'm just saying. Jill can tell us who she wants to pick.
Y'all can take turns because there's a lot of Picard dialogue here.
Well, if you want. I can take anyone if somebody wants to go
I'm not even done yet. Hold on.
This conversation is starting to sound like a Japanese word that rhymes with bukake.
Jill is posting a novel-length stuff in the
Why
private chat.
Why would you say that?
Because it's funny, Jill.
Is it funny? I guess a little bit.
It is to me.
I'm not surprised that you would make that reference, Scotty.
It's not a reference. It's just a
No, I'm
joke.
sure you're very familiar with what that means.
Yes, many men have come on my face.
Not something I would brag about, but okay.
Well, you've never had many men in love with you.
Okay,
like
wait a
me.
minute. Hey,
glad I
let's not
haven't.
talk about that on Star Trek.
Yeah,
we should do that privately. We
let's
should do private chats.
Be respectful to Jill.
Well, no, I'm just excited because it's first contact day.
Okay, see, this is a lot of dialogue. I don't know if it. Okay.
Let's go. Start it.
You son of a bitch.
Just cue us.
Hey, hang on. Jill?
Just tell us when you want us to read it, Jill.
PvP, please be quiet. We are in the middle of a scene. Jill, if you may commence.
Before I get started, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks of text. So, which? Yep. Okay, so I think Scotty, you should read the last two, and Price of Reason should read the ones in the middle. Okay, so PvP should read the first two.
Okay.
And then Price of Reason for the second two, and then Scotty should read the last two.
That makes sense because I could get a phone call and have to leave any minute now because I have shit going on this afternoon.
Okay.
So, okay.
Okay, so you ready, PvP?
Yes. Picard.
You son of a bitch.
Picard.
You don't have to read the names.
You don't have to say your own name.
Well, I just want to be, I want to be accurate. Sorry.
Yeah, well, just, you know what? Let's go again from the top.
Can I just start?
How many times am I going to have to say, you son of a bitch?
I don't see son of a bitch here, though.
It's her line. It's not your line. It's her line. Now, let's go again from the top.
Okay, give me son of a bitch one more time, Jill. Motivate me.
Do you see the block of text? We're
do.
losing people watching.
Okay.
You son of a bitch.
We have not lost the Enterprise.
No, that's not it. We're a little bit down.
That's the one I'm saying.
You need to say this really isn't the time.
That was the first one.
You got to scroll down.
You got to scroll down to 5:29
There's going to be
p.m.
some apostrophes.
Okay, I'm missing something.
Oh.
Anyway, welcome to
Maybe
Failed
somebody else should do
Experiment.
this because I'm obviously not seeing the
Okay,
right.
okay. In that case, let's have Price of Reason.
Okay.
I'm
PvP.
saying 216.
Let's
It's
not
fine.
worry.
It's fine. PvP. Don't worry about it.
Okay, start. Do it.
Okay. You read the first three, Price of Reason. And
Right.
Scotty reads the
Okay.
last three.
You say you son of a bitch, and I'll continue.
You son of a bitch.
This really isn't the time.
Okay, I don't know jack about the 24th century, but everybody out there thinks that staying here and fighting the Borg is suicide. They're just afraid to come in here and say it.
The crew is accustomed to following my orders.
They're probably accustomed to your orders making sense.
None of them understand the Borg as I do. No one does. No one can.
What is that supposed to mean?
6 years ago, they assimilated me into their collective. I had their cybernetic devices implanted throughout my body. I was linked to the hive mind. Every trace of individuality erased. Sorry. I was one of them, so you can imagine, my dear. I have a somewhat unique perspective on the Borg, and I know how to fight them. Now, if you will excuse me, I have work to do.
I am such an idiot. It's so simple. The Borg hurt you, and now you're going to hurt them back.
In my century, we don't succumb to revenge. We have a more evolved sensibility.
Bullshit! I saw the look on your face when you shot the Borg on the holodeck. You were almost enjoying it.
How dare you?
Oh, come on, Captain. You're not the first man to get a thrill from murdering someone. I see it all the time.
Scotty is now.
Get out.
Or what? You'll kill me? Like you killed Ensign Lynch?
There was no way to save him.
You didn't even try. Where was your evolved sensibility then?
I don't have time for this.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your little quest. Captain Ahab has to go hunt his whale.
What?
You do have books in the 24th century?
This is not about revenge.
Liar!
This is about saving the future of humanity.
John Luke, blow up the damn ship.
No! No!
That was good, actually.
Picard breaks the starship display cabinet with his phaser rifle.
Where am I? Sorry, I have to catch up. I was
no, we're not sacrificing the Enterprise.
Who? No. Yeah, no, totes. Sci-fi. Go.
No, I will not sacrifice the Enterprise. We have made too many compromises already. Too many retreats. They've hit our space. We fall back. They assimilate the entire world. We fall back. Not again. The line must be drawn here. This far, no further. And I will make them pay for what they have done. And I have stood upon the whale's white hump in the sum of all the hate and rage felt by his own race. If it just had but a cannon, he would have shot his heart upon it.
What?
Moby Dick.
Actually, I never read it.
Ahab spent many years hunting the white whale that crippled him, and a quest for vengeance, but in the end it destroyed him and his ship.
Oh, I forgot the best line that she has here. You broke your little ships. See you around, Ahab. And that's when he says all that stuff about Moby Dick. Hopefully that was a little better reading.
Nah, it probably all sucked.
Well then, all right. Well, we did it anyway.
I tried my best.
Who cares? It was fun. It was fun, yo.
I thought it was fun.
I thought I enjoyed myself.
Well,
can I have a cigarette? It was so good. I want to have a cigarette.
All right, go have.
Yeah,
three. Go have.
And my point is that when I did the speech with Lily about the Borg and all the Federationists retreat, I had to channel some rage in that dialogue because you can feel the content and the rage in Picard when he says those lines.
They invade our space, and we fall back. They assimilate entire worlds, and we fall back. The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther. And I will make them pay for what they've done.
The
little ships.
Yeah, the rage, the anger.
Yeah,
Rats.
Yeah, that's the best scene in the movie, I think. I love Picard when he goes, "We draw the line here." For me, that was Picard's greatest moment ever, because he finally got close to a Captain Kirk moment where he's like, "Fuck this, I don't care. I'm going to do what I got to do and be damned with the consequences." And I just love that scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a really great scene. And it is the one most people remember from this movie. Actually,
it makes the movie.
There's actually something in the 55-year mission about it. And Alfre Woodard talks about it. That's the actress for Lily. There was a confrontation between Picard and Lily that took this scene took 3 days to film. It was very intense, an intense confrontational moment. It was so cool because it was just us and Jonathan Frakes. So we got Jonathan's undivided attention. It was meaty. There were things to do, and you're there with a partner that you know you can rely on. That you know can run the relay with you. It's like crewing and everyone being on top form on the boat. Jonathan, who I'd known for 21 years, is the kind of director that does direct you because he's a good actor. And good actors don't always make good directors, which is something that has to get through to people. He does have everything that makes a good directing impulse. The language is there and immediately, and it's fabulous. Those days we had drama, the intensity of it, we were kicking ass. This is so great. But at the same time, between takes, we were laughing about whatever we chat about. So that was Lily's experience filming this particular scene. And I think they both did a really great job on it. And so we continue from here, where Picard does indeed decide to abandon ship, set the ship to self-destruct in 15 minutes. And so, of course, as first seen in the original series, they do a self-destruct kind of thing where 3 people have to authorize the ship to get to explode. And there was nobody in the film that Jonathan wouldn't have adjustments for. Okay, so a lot of this 55-year mission book really has a lot of dialogue about how great Frakes was as director, so it must be true, according to the people who made this movie.
2 takes Frakes. There's a reason that Jonathan Frakes has been a stable director for Star Trek. Is not only does he know how to make it in the cadence of Star Trek, but he also knows how to make it cinematic. Like I am in awe of Jonathan Frakes as a director, and I admire everything he has ever done except for his adaptation of Thunderbirds.
I just wanted to mention, did you guys appreciate the moments there with Lily when they're talking about the white whale and Moby Dick?
No.
Well, that goes right back to Wrath of Khan with Moby Dick, right?
For sure. Agreed.
That's what Khan wanted, revenge. He was like basically Kirk was his wife whale, and he wanted to do revenge on him because he'd hurt him, right? And I just thought that was like, I don't think most people, most normies would have never picked up on that reference, right? But
I think it's great.
I thought
Your little ships see around Ahab.
And he piled upon the whale's white helm
someone
a sum of all the rage and hate felt by his whole race.
And then
If his chest had been a cannon, he would have shot his heart upon it.
it's a,
Actually, I never read it.
if you guys ever wrote Moby Dick, by the way, you ever read that?
No, I can't read.
It's a fucking amazing novel. I read it when I was young, like a teenager, and I highly recommend it. It's, well, let's put it this way: it's an environmental story, like 50 or 60 years, 100 years before environmentalism, was a thing. Because I think it's like 18 something when he wrote that. It's like, anyway, it's a fucking great book.
Great.
I heard you to read it.
I think they'll build another one.
Plenty of letters left in the alphabet.
Love they reference that book in this movie. Another A+, another A+.
You know what? Now that you bring it up through a clip, in terms of, do you think they'll build another one? Plenty of letters left in the alphabet. I don't ever want to see an Enterprise K.
I don't want to see.
Yeah, I didn't even want to see.
Would really suck.
I didn't even want to see.
Can you imagine how silly an Enterprise W would be?
I don't want to think. Well,
but that's the way they're going.
Well,
that's true because you keep wanting to have an Enterprise, but I guess then what are you going to do when you get to the end of the alphabet?
No.
Jill, can I see you at camera 2 for just 1 second? Are you going to take the Enterprise W seriously?
Not at this stage. It hasn't earned. Star Trek hasn't earned a W at this point.
No, it doesn't even matter if the most heroic individuals in the entire universe are in command of the Enterprise W, but it's the Enterprise W.
I think the Enterprise S would be the worst.
No, it's probably the best.
Because that would be the Enterprise. That would be the Enterprise shithole. Right?
Well, Well, yeah, no, it'll be smaller. Sure.
But now we're talking about ships that don't exist, and what I want to talk about is a little bit
Ships
about
that don't exist. Okay, sorry, Joe.
the Borg Queen and Zephyr Cochrane, because the 55-year mission book has a few things about them. It says Alex Krieg, or is it Krieg or Krieg?
Let's get to the meat of the episode.
Known for the 1981 film Ghost Story and numerous television episodic appearances, and James Cromwell, who longtime fans remember as Archie Bunker's friend Stretch Cunningham at the time of First Contact, starred in Babe.
He was Stretch Cunningham? Oh my god, I've forgotten that.
Yeah, and I know him from Babe. That'll do, pig.
Oh, seriously, Joe, if you've never watched All in the Family, it's a really good show, but I forgot he was Stretch. Like, oh my lord. Wow.
Yeah, and
Mind bomb.
Yeah, and a year after Trek film's release, the critically acclaimed LA Confidential, and then Alfred Woodard, whose credits in the 90s include How to Make an American Quilt, Gulliver's Travels, Mission to Mars, and Primal Fear.
Okay. Pre-ignition sequence. Here we go.
All right. There was and of course they're talking about Tom Hanks being Cochrane. I'm glad we didn't get Tom Hanks. I think it worked out well.
No, you know what? I really appreciate, and no, I've already said it. I've already said that I really like James Cromwell in this role. I think everything is delicious whenever we are on the planet.
So it's like a tasty biscuit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Oh, were you upset when they were doing the auto destruct here? I was like, how many fucking times have they fucking killed the Enterprise by now, and they're going to kill it again? I was like, no.
Well, but this is also something that's very strange, is that they introduce a new Enterprise in this film, and I'm not exactly the biggest fan of the Enterprise in this movie. I think it's a weird, janky ship. I don't like it.
The only Enterprise I love is the TOS original series Enterprise, because that's my dream girl. That's my dream girl, baby.
Well, okay, but for sure. But like, if you're gonna follow up the Enterprise D and then you give me this like spider monkey, like I just didn't dig it.
I think it's all right, but I think all the previous ships are better.
But I thought they were gonna do it, and then I don't want to give spoilers, so let's
I think it's pretty. Well, no, you can.
You don't want to give spoilers for the movie that we're
But they were going to destroy the Enterprise, and then they didn't. I was like, yeah.
Well, right now, Cochrane's gonna go warp drive. Now he's gonna he's gonna play the magic.
Holy shit! And he puts the Steppenwolf song in the player.
PvP.
Like, yeah, rock and roll.
PvP. Do you have the lyrics to Margic?
I already put some earlier in Joe's.
Well, do it now. Come on, this is the time. You should rock and roll.
I don't want to. Well, I hope it doesn't get copyright thing.
You don't know where we can.
I put the first chorus in.
All this something, you little.
I like how it talked about flying away to the stars like that.
I'm not putting any more stuff in the chat. If you want to find something to read, go read it.
Yes.
I think we've done that.
Look inside, girl. Take your time, girl. Let the Cochrane take you away.
Yeah, there it goes. Oh, this is my second favorite starship.
You know what? Go back one.
What?
Big shout out to Eric's. I just love Eric's.
Yeah, Eric's at the bar. Yeah, Eric's goes everywhere.
Eric's goes everywhere.
He protects my live streams. And it isn't this part that I love so much, but once you get into space and it breaks off and it opens up and you see the nacelles, beautiful.
See, this is the moment, like, when I'm watching this movie and it's like, oh, this is the terrestrial excitement. And then it isn't until Cochrane gets in orbit and he looks and he sees the Earth. He sees the curvature of the Earth. And he's like, oh, wow. Like, he is taken aback by the majesty of the galaxy. And I feel that with him. And then the worst part is when Geordi says, you ain't seen nothing yet. Like, this movie is about the adventure, the human adventure, which at this point is just beginning.
And it's so beautiful. And yes, right. And so this guy who had, as we've said, has been nihilistic this entire time. And then he sees the majesty of space and all of that. And this changes his mind. And he's, I think my favorite is when he says, is that Earth? That small?
It's so small.
It's about to get a whole lot bigger. It's the thing that they have to say after that.
That is the best Riker impression I've ever heard.
I wasn't trying.
Yeah, but it worked.
Oh, we lost somebody.
Yeah, we did. PvP had to go. I think I don't know. He said he had a cable guy coming, so I guess maybe he's here.
Okay.
He's there. Also, he was a little bit, he drank a bit. He was a little 2 sheets past Troy.
Well, it's always good to drink before the cable man arrives. That's what I always say.
I don't know. Well, only if he offers him a beer. Oh, yeah, no, I don't know if I hope he's okay.
He is.
I don't really like this, how the movies just have Picard being the super action hero and he's the only one who could save everybody. I want the crew to work together to save Data. And did nobody think, oh crap, Data's still here. Why are we abandoning ship? Shouldn't we be working to get Data and then abandon ship?
Well, okay, so let's be fair. He does give it's go back to the launch site, give this information to Riker, Commander Riker, and then tell them what's going on. I'm going to go and rescue Data if I can. I don't know how that's going to go. Like, I do appreciate this sort of order of operations in this. Like, everybody's going to be in Montana, and the orders are, I don't know, go to Alaska, which is the perfect person to say, like, hey, Riker, tell them to go to a good place in Alaska. And he's like, I know the perfect place.
Okay. Yeah, he would, because that's where he's from. Yes. Oh, hey, I had a few clips I didn't play. I'm going to play them. I'm going to catch up.
We can't lift off without it. Jordy, we've got to abort. No, wait, I found it. Let's rock and roll.
6.
Turn that down a little. Hey, we've got a red light on the second intake valve. Ignore it. We'll be fine.
Love it.
I love that too. Because that, of course, it reminds everybody of their own cars that and just have the check engine light on for no reason, and just ignore it. It'll be fine.
Yeah. No, my parents have a car and they get their snow tires on every year. And when they get their snow tires on, there is a red light that says there's something wrong with your tires. And the only reason that they have that is because they didn't buy the tires with the sensors. And so, like, when they get their regular tires on, everything's fine because they have the sensors in them. And it's just like, you know what? Ignore it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So cars are fickle in that way, and it's kind of funny that the very first Starship is a bit like that too. So that's part of also why it's my favorite, because it's got some of those quirks.
Now, I have a question for you, Jill. And actually for everyone. How the hell did the Phoenix land?
Well, okay, right. So just like any shuttlecraft, it was, except that this one can go to warp. So of course it's gonna have its mission. It broke apart and it let its nacelles out and it went to warp and it did its thing and then turned around and it came home and then they just parachute down just like a normal shuttlecraft
Where?
would, I think. Not shuttlecraft, but like a shuttle, space shuttle.
Yeah.
Um, Not over the camp where they were. They would need to find a body of water or something.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I'm just saying it is something that in this movie they do gloss over very just like, oh no, they did it. And then it's like, well, how did they get home? And the
Yeah, that's
answer
a good
for the
point.
audience is shrug. We don't know.
Well, I know, but they didn't show it. I wish you're right. I want to see it.
I
Well, I
think
don't
it's
want to
weird
see
that
it.
I
Sorry.
think it's weird that they kind of presented Alfre Woodward as a love interest, but she's not actually a love interest.
The
I
curse of
got it more
stealing.
as a friendship.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I don't want to say what I think, but I feel like
You
perhaps they.
should.
You know what? I feel like somebody must have considered it, but they made it ambiguous for whatever reasons.
Do you think that it was a situation where it wasn't acceptable because of interracial situations?
No,
I
because
mean,
it's 1995. Everybody was over that by that point.
they were over
No.
it, but it wasn't in every movie. It's not. It's. I feel like they were over it, but it's not that every movie had it. Maybe for whoever was producing this, I feel like somebody must have thought of it, but for whatever reason, they didn't go through with it because it feels like she's being set up as sort of a love interest, but at the end, she's not a love interest.
I think that they actually have a really good friendship in this movie, and I never thought for 1 minute that they were romancing at all. And I think maybe one explanation could be that in an early draft of the script, they had they had Picard down on the planet more, and he wasn't fighting the Borg. Jonathan Frakes was fighting the Borg, and he was going to have this romance on Earth. And then they were like, "Oh no, he needs to be captain and fight the Borg." And so they switched, and they took the love story out and made him the captain and made him professional and doing the things that he has to do, and doesn't really have time for a romance, really. I don't
I
know.
don't know if this was Kirk,
No, I'm
it
fine
would
with
be a
that.
romance.
But you could
No,
be
I'm
right. I
yeah.
don't know.
Well, no, I'm interested. Like I like these character interactions. I think the interaction between Lily and Jean-Luc are I think that they are affectionate and yet not romantic.
Yes, they're
Speaking
a platonic friendship.
I
and
don't know
speaking of,
who builds a platonic friendship so quickly without there being something additional. The way they're
Oh,
connected.
when you when you hold someone up at phaser point, then you tend to pay attention.
Well, and also if you can give a lady a satin dress in a matter of moments, like that's a trust.
oh yeah, and
And
speaking,
I would think the
go ahead.
lady would be impressed with what she's seeing, and she'd be totally into Jean-Luc.
and speaking of Star Trek, we got a Star Trek Admiral on deck. Admiral Teague is here.
Yes, not only that, but he sent a super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. Admiral Teague says, Star Trek 7, he means generation negates all events after Picard entering the Nexus, and the theory for that is that in Generations, Picard goes into the Nexus, and a piece of him has remained behind. So there's a piece of Picard that's always in the Nexus, even if Picard himself leaves it. That piece of Picard is always in the Nexus, and the theory is that every movie we see is just Picard's echo, making all these action movies, and that's why he's the super action hero in every movie, and completely different, a little bit different from how he is in the TV show, and that's why we end up with the Dune buggy. And so that's
Delightful.
told all the TNG movies after Generations are in the Nexus, according to one fan theory, and I think that's a fun theory. Thank you so much for the super chat, Admiral Teague.
Thanks, Teague.
Is Kirk still under that bridge?
No, he Captain Picard at the time carried however much Picard or Kirk weighs to the top of the hill, and then also brought a lot of rocks, and then put the rocks on top of him for some reason. Like, it's very confusing burial situation.
That's really not well, yeah, that's not a good way.
It's not practical.
I mean, it temporarily maybe, but then when you finally figure things out, it's like, come on, we got to move this body.
Yeah,
because it shouldn't be under rocks.
Well, and it's not like if you see the death of Jim Kirk, like, do you think that we're just going to leave this guy on the planet? We thought he died on a spaceship, couple like light years away, and now that he's here now,
Right.
like, we're just going to leave him here? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
No, that it doesn't. But Admiral Teague also says Enterprise shows that First Contact went much differently. Star Trek Enterprise.
Yeah, I think they show a scene and they show it differently, but different production.
Well, and I'm sure he's not talking about the Mirror Mirror episode, which is really fun.
No, I think there's an episode of
Yes,
Enterprise that they show this scene that he's talking about, from what I remember.
Sure. And Mr. Miles says Kirk always wanted to die on the bridge. He sort of got what he wanted. No, he died under a bridge.
He died under the
No,
bridge.
it's funny. Come on. Lighten up.
Okay, so here's a thing from the book about Alice Krieg. When they were designing me as Borg Queen, they used something on my head that I hope to never encounter again called Gafquat. Gafquat? It is concentrated hairspray, and they put it on with the spoon, and it gets so hard that it's like you've got a saucer pan on your head. It comes off very easily, but when it's on, it's completely rigid. It keeps the hair out of the glue, so I guess there's compensation. I'd say from the neck up took 6 hours to make me up, and then it took about an hour to get into the suit. Then another 2 hours to get out. The people who suited me up every day were an interesting group. Scott Wheeler created the head, and Todd Masters, who has a workshop, created the body. They were all fine artists in their own right. They were sculptors or painters or potters. I guess you don't get to be part of Star Trek unless you have a slightly wacky imagination. So we had a lot of fun. I have enough dirty jokes to last me a lifetime. They told me so many jokes sitting there. And Alice Krieg, Brent Spiner enjoyed working with her, and it's sort of like a David Lynch romance. It couldn't be just a simple love scene. It had to be heightened. Data is the only character she could have had that romance with and have it work. Anything else might have been gross. I don't know. I think it was kind of gross.
And then this actress was in Voyager a few episodes, wasn't she? Or was that a different actress that looks similar to her? Was she in Voyager?
She was in season 3 of Picard. Or maybe her voice was there. I don't know if she was there.
It was only the voice, but no, she did play the Borg Queen in the series finale of Star Trek.
Oh, yeah. So that, in Endgame. So the very last episode, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
7th season. There you go. Good question. And good answer. Thank you.
Because I know that another actress played the Borg Queen, but she looked very similar to the actress that played her in this movie, though.
Well, there have been many women who played the Borg Queen. One of them died. And Annie Wershing, I think.
Annie Wershing, yeah, she passed away.
She did pass away, and as much as much as I hate Star Trek Picard season 2, one of my favorite things that I've ever seen is Agnes Girardi, played by Alison Pill, and the Borg Queen, played by Annie Wershing.
Yeah, she sings a song.
They sing a song that, you know what? It's one of my favorites. And so
I know.
I do.
You won't stop posting it at me.
I will never stop posting it at you. I love it. I think
I like Annie Wershing, but Picard season 1 and 2, that's an unacceptable abomination.
Yeah, well,
all
what
of
are you
it
gonna
is.
do when you got the 3-season box set?
They're
all
at least you
like
didn't pay
2
for it.
seasons?
The
What am I
only thing
supposed to do?
the only thing that gives me any comfort is that you did not pay for that yourself.
That's
And
true.
I want to thank Admiral Teak again for the super chat. I forgot to play a video. I like to play videos for super chat.
Oh yeah.
This unit is different.
Absolutely.
It is well ordered.
There you go. And I love. Oh, I.
Yes.
Did you say that?
Can you read
No.
this?
Which one?
That one.
Did you read? Did you say that?
Why are you guys gonna clip it? I loved season 2 of Picard, as absolutely endorsed by Scotty R37.
I don't think this is true. I think this is not true. He just
Yeah,
loves that scene.
It is
That's
one
the thing.
song. It's
thing
2
is,
minutes of television, and all of a
people-
sudden I'm whatever.
Yeah, people hear that Scotty likes one single thing out of it, and then they extrapolate it to, oh, he likes the whole thing.
Exactly. But whatever. I don't care. I like liking things.
I
I do too, but I don't like that.
It's just like you like to drink alcohol, right, Scotty?
Well, no, dude. Alcohol is the dope. So anyway, no, I'm just saying. I would no. You've
Scotty made this joke to me yesterday. The Borg Queen blew Data in this movie.
True story.
Yeah, she blew the hairs on his arm.
Someone clip that.
I wonder if they both enjoyed it or if Data enjoyed it more.
And this is another important scene where Picard is sacrificing himself, giving himself up to the Borg Queen in order to save Data, but Data is pulling a trick here. He says, "No, I don't want to be saved," and stuff.
I really enjoyed like Data using like the one-handed disencryption. I enjoyed that. I thought it was cool.
Yeah. Well, let's see where I am in the clips.
Okay.
30 seconds to warp threshold.
Oh, that was cool, but I'm not there yet.
And I owe him the same.
And that's
Let
what.
Data go, and I will take my place at your side, willingly without any resistance.
He will make an excellent drone.
And yes, of course, he can type with just one hand. Why not? Doesn't bother me.
Well, because he's never mind. I can't make that joke.
Speed, 20,000 kilometers per second. Relax, Doctor. I'm more than just here to give us a send-off. Speed, 20,000 kilometers per second. Sweet Jesus.
And that's when he sees the Enterprise.
Yes.
He's never seen the starship so close before. They showed him in the telescope, but it's a whole different thing when you actually see it up close.
30 seconds to warp threshold.
It is.
Critical velocity.
Quantum torpedoes locked.
Destroy them.
Oh. That's a different scene. I didn't label them, so I'm not sure where I am. So let's find out.
Watch as your futures end.
Yes.
You know what? That is the sexiest you have ever sounded.
I'm bringing the external sensors online.
I bet you are.
There's something about two mechanical beings engaging in romance that is fascinating, says Brent Spiner. It works really nicely, actually. Alice is the key to it because the Borg is clearly the most difficult role in the film to play. It was the one role on the page when I read it, it made me say, I don't know how someone is going to play this, but Alice came in with a plan and executed it perfectly. She brought so much to the film and managed to not only be evil, but also be truly seductive. And
well, there was a thing that happened a little while ago because oh my stars, what's his name? I forget, but he was nominated for Best Actor at the Academy Awards. He was an ape in the Tim Burton Planet of the Apes, and he said that there was something that was freeing as a performer, just to be able to be in the costuming, the latex, the like to be just encapsulated by the performance. Not only was it yourself, but it was also what the production brought to you. And I thought that was so interesting. What is that guy named?
I couldn't help you.
He was not.
Your future's end.
It's futile.
I think that the costumes and the prosthetics do inspire the performances.
Gene Bird gives a guess. Is it Andy Serkis?
No. No, he was nominated for Best Actor. Like
also, does
Nicolas Cage.
Scotty liking things more than he loves hating Nemesis?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Question. That's why I asked it.
No, Mr. Miles.
Or that's why Mr. Miles asked it, but that's why I read it.
Yeah.
That's why I read Mr. Miles's question.
Do I like liking things more than I like hating Nemesis? You know what? I prefer liking things. But when I like things, I would rather compare them to Nemesis as reason as to why the things that I like are better than Nemesis.
Warp Phoenix, go now. I suddenly forgot how to talk. I was so happy.
No, it's fine. I do that all the time.
Man, you sound like Mikey for a second.
Yeah, well, he hasn't been sounding like that lately. He fixed his computer or something, right?
Yeah, you got a new laptop.
I'm sorry. I just really love Phoenix. It's really great. And even if this is that is definitely a great starship. Let's see. And this 55-year mission book is really great. Jill forgot words. I did.
And here's the weakness of having a queen. It destroys the whole collective.
Yeah, exactly. So they destroy the queen, and so now does the whole, all the Borg are no longer a problem anymore, right? No, I guess that's not exactly what happens, is that we get the Borg. In Voyager, after, I think I heard somewhere, I'm not sure if this is true, but Voyager wasn't allowed to put Borg into their show until TNG could put it in their movie. So they had to wait for this movie to come out. And then that's why we had to wait so long for 7 of 9.
Well, and let me put it this way. I think the queen of that collective on that ship is the one that died, and not the whole queen collective of the Borg as entirety.
Oh, just that ship. All right, fair enough. part of me is sorry she is dead. And that's a line. It's kind of strange hearing from Data. He even says that he was tempted by her offer, and so I have that clip.
That should be enough. Throttle back. Take us out of warp.
Is that Earth?
Is that
so small?
You have a question?
Is that CGI or did they really put a robotic piece on his face like that?
Oh, I think that's practical. I'm gonna bet that that's real. I mean, obviously not a real android, but real materials
I was tempted by her offer.
and real blinky lights.
For an android, that is nearly an eternity. 0.68 seconds. For an android, that is nearly an eternity. They're really from another world.
Okay, so that's the next one. There we go. And Mr. Miles says there is an explanation to how the Queen survived. She can jump bodies throughout the collective. There are Queen units spread throughout the collective. She can jump between the bodies. Really? Wow.
So my point still stands then.
And so here come the Vulcans. And so I'm just looking through the book to see if there's anything interesting here. But of course, the interesting thing is on the screen is the Vulcans. I never thought of it as a nativity scene with three wise Vulcans. It's a different perspective, and I get it now. It's been a hell of a stream, says Eugene Bird. Yeah, it has.
Yeah, the three wise men reference for a religious reference with the Vulcans right there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, James Cromwell has a thing here. He says, when we were shooting in Angeles National Forest, it was freezing. Everybody was cold except me because I had this great coat on. Also, I had to play the drunk scene. Now I'm not a drinker, so I got myself a bottle of Irish whiskey. And every time I'd go back to my trailer, I'd take a shot. By the time I got back to the scene, I really wasn't acting. I had a great time. When I saw it, I laughed because it's hard to create that kind of timing. Oh, wow. So he actually gets drunk to be drunk in this movie. Good to know. I didn't know that. And of course, the Enterprise D was a wonderful design for 7 seasons of the TV show. This is Hans Zimmer. Herman. Oh my goodness, I'm going nuts. Herman Zimmerman. Herman Zimmerman. He did the design work, like the art design and stuff on this movie. The Enterprise D was a wonderful design for 7 seasons on the TV show and one of the feature films. And it was a good idea to put a fresh ship on the drawing board. This one had a longer profile, while the mass is probably smaller than the Enterprise D, if it owes any genealogy to anything. It's more an homage to Matt Jeffrey's original design for 1966 than it is to Andy Probert's design of Star Trek The Next Generation television series. It's not to say they aren't the same lineage, because they definitely are. We just had a ship in First Contact that is more fighting machine than Hyatt Regency. The Defiant on Deep Space Nine was definitely a prototype for a ship capable of combating a threat as serious as the Borg. But the new Enterprise technology was built on that experience as well. So, and after going through a succession of title changes, which ranged from Star Trek Resurrection to Star Trek Borg, the studio finally settled on Star Trek First Contact, which was released on November 22nd, 1996, and ultimately grossed over $146 million handily beating Generations' box office receipts of $120 million. Virtually everyone agreed that it was not only superior to that film, but had a crossover appeal that the franchise hadn't enjoyed since 1986, The Voyage Home. And I think we did talk about that. We did talk about how people could watch this movie even if they didn't know Star Trek as well as we do.
They didn't have to know anything. They gave them enough information that if you were a normie, you could still enjoy it. But if you actually liked Star Trek, there was something to enjoy as well.
Yeah, exactly. And
It's
Franco
not a bad
Walker's
strategy. I mean, it's something that J.J. Abrams didn't understand. He just went for the normies. He didn't, maybe
he
because he
forgot about
himself.
us.
Yeah, he doesn't understand Star Trek, so he could only go for the normies because he himself is a normie, and he's
Right.
a creative, in my opinion, a creative con man. But that's my personal opinion.
I agree with you completely. Well, especially when he went on the Daily Show and said, "I'm not a Star Trek fan," and he started talking, and Jon Stewart was like, "I stopped listening to you when he said you don't like Star Trek."
The sad thing is, I think he said he wasn't a Star Trek fan because he was a fan of Star Wars, but he didn't understand either franchises, and he ruined them both.
Yeah, yeah, that's the truth.
I mean, really, J.J. Abrams, in my opinion, it's a really annoying story. It's nobody ever mentions the fact how set up this guy was from a young age, that his father and his mother were working in the industry, and they really paved the way that from a young age people just started working with him. He had all the tools in the world, and at the end, in my opinion, pretty much nothing to show for it, and Lost is a sham.
Well, one of the things that I really
I agree.
In terms of classic Star Trek, and I think that this is something that I've adopted based on the relationships that I've had online, is that I believe in the 735. My indiscretion is that I believe in the 737. But like, I do think that the people who actually worked with Gene are the ones who were the caretakers of Gene's philosophy. And what we see now when it comes to JJ, Kurt's fucking, sorry about the swear, secret robot, like all of that, like the people who actually worked with Gene Roddenberry are the ones who made Star Trek. And I wish that there was a modern person who actually believed in what Gene did. And I don't think that there is that equivalent today. And the closest that I can give, and I am a simp and a fan, is the only person that I can think of who believes in Gene Roddenberry as much as Rick Berman, Ronald Moore, Brandon Braga, like.
Well, at least he didn't say Ira Stephen Bear. He understands
no,
but
but even
yeah.
he
understands it.
worked. Even Ira Stephen Bear worked with Gene Roddenberry.
Yeah, it matters.
He did.
And
he was a great storyteller, but he was so excited to step all over it when he could.
Oh no, everyone was so jazzed when that guy died. But
no, he's alive. I went to a convention.
No, I mean Gene Roddenberry, because he's,
gotcha.
deceased.
I thought you were talking about Ira.
No, Ira's still alive.
Yeah, he is.
No, but I think the only person who could actually foster the future of Star Trek.
I hope it's not who I think you can say.
Who do you think I'm going to say?
Well, it can't be Terry. It can't be.
No.
Okay,
no.
Good.
No. My belief is Robert Meyer Burnett.
Oh, yeah, but he's not making Star Trek. He should be making Star Trek.
Okay.
But he's
and
not.
That's as far as I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see him in the running for this. Although any studio that would hire him, it would automatically be better than most of what they're doing now. So it couldn't be worse for sure. And yeah, he does actually like Star Trek and knows a thing or two about it. So
Yes.
sure, why not?
I just think that, yeah, if we're going to have people who take Star Trek forward, I think that Robert Meyer Burnett is a man who should at least be an executive consultant.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I don't know him well enough, and I haven't seen him on set like producing, show running a show. But I'm just saying that as a consultant, Robert Meyer Burnett absolutely would do a great job at being a consultant. They would only benefit from hiring such a person.
Yes, thank you.
I do have a confession that even though in the bigger picture, I think that J.J. Abrams ruined both Star Wars and Star Trek, the
Yes.
first time I saw that first Star Trek movie in the theater, I kind of liked the cast and sort of it, I didn't think it was great or really true to the original tone of what Star Trek is, but I didn't go out of there fully hating it. But then over time, I've liked it less, and when I saw the sequels and whatever, all the Kurtzman stuff I kind of saw it for what it was. But initially, I wasn't full on hate when I saw that first movie.
Yeah. Like the first time I saw it, it kind of filled my heart with joy.
I didn't think it was Star Trek, but I thought, oh, it's just a popcorn movie, and so what if it's like Star Wars, because it's just a movie and it doesn't matter and it's not going to hurt anything. And then it destroyed everything.
Right. I didn't
No.
understand what was really happening. There was enough nostalgia. And I'll tell you, the one thing that they got right there is the casting. I thought that the cast really was very likable. And the fact that the cast was likable and there was a movie and there's Star Trek, somehow I was suckered into not completely hating that first one. But again, if it was just a standalone, it would have been some kind of one-off thing that wouldn't have been an issue. The fact that this was kind of used as a blueprint to try to find ways to destroy Star Trek altogether. That's why the movie kind of its legacy kind of is taken a different route.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that one of the first things, like the main thing that I took away from Star Trek 2009 is that I am absolutely in love with Carl Urban. I thought that there's a 1-2 punch that happened around 2009, and it was Star Trek for Carl Urban as Carl Urban as Dr. McCoy, and also when he was Judge Dredd.
Well, he had his heart in the
Love
right
that
place.
guy.
The least terrible thing about those movies are the casting.
Yeah, and I know that she's not like Nichelle Nichols, but I think that I like Zoe Saldana generally as an actress. I think she's pleasant. I don't dislike her.
Zoe's a whole lot better than that lady they got for Strange New Worlds.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Zoe is a likable actress. You could argue about the writing of the character, but I feel like usually when she's in something, she has usually a kind of likable personality. I don't really know how to explain it, but she comes off as likable usually.
And hey, Matt G gave me a super chat, an empty super chat. Thank you so much, Matt G, for $1.
You got money?
And yeah, I got $1.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I didn't play the last few clips here. What did I play?
They're really from another world. Thanks.
Taylor Swift.
Live long and prosper.
Yeah, Taylor Swift greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU. That is his name.
Well, and I don't mean to be selfish, but I am, just by my nature. But like when you guys send in your support financially, it does make future shows possible. And one of those shows I have had the benefit gonna be doing Tank Girl. And that is something that I appreciate.
That's gonna be next Friday. That's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be a good time.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, Jill, congratulations on reaching over 700 subs.
Yes, thank you, Sci-Fi Sith Dan. That happened in the middle of the stream. It was very awesome and distracting, and it was a good time. Thank
I
you.
was the 700th subscriber. Although
Yeah,
I
you
think
were.
I
Price
think
of
I was a
Reason. That was so
resubscriber,
cool.
but nevertheless, I was the 700.
That makes you wonder how many people have subscribed to my channel that don't realize that they've been unsubscribed. It could happen to you.
It probably happens to all of us all the time. It's really frustrating, but what can we do?
James Caserta says, bring back Braga. Yeah. I never thought we'd be saying things like that, but bring back Braga, Rick Berman, Ronald D. Moore, David A.
Bring
Goodman.
back Pillar.
Well, we can't do that. He's not alive anymore.
Oh, spoilers.
The studio doesn't like hiring people who are fans of the franchise, says Frank Walker.
Let me tell you, that reading that we did will go down in history as one of the best readings of Star Trek ever.
I think it's going to be great, and you have to clip it.
No, I'm not gonna.
You should. It'll be dope.
Shifty Jism says, rumor was Jensen Ackles was going to be Kirk in 2009, but he decided he had to stick with Supernatural. Not too long after Kripke and Abrams teamed up for that one show on NBC, Revolution.
You know what? I stopped listening as soon as I was so tickled by the name Shifty Jism. So thank you, Shifty Jism, for just making me come. Sorry, we'll edit that out.
Combat Wombat says, number 700, bone to pick. Ooh, okay. Combat Wombat thinks you is number 700. But
You know what? I'll give it to Combat Wombat. You want to be the 700th? I'll give it to you, man.
This movie, it's a good movie. So thanks so much for talking to me about it.
So are we going to rate it? Are we going to rate the movie?
Do you want to rate it?
Yes.
We can rate it. I usually don't rate on Fridays, but I can rate.
Well, and even if we make a rating, who cares? Like, we can throw it away if we want.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm giving Star Trek 8 I'm gonna give it like a B-.
Mm-hmm. And Price of Reason?
You
If
know,
you had to rate it.
trying to think. You know, I could have been more nitpicky with the score, but I like Star Trek and I like this cast, and there was a lot to like about it, even though the movie does have issues. I'll give it a 75 out of 100.
I like it.
And Sci-Fi Sit Down, how do you like it?
I'll give it a solid 8. The action was good, and the Borg were terrifying as villains.
Yeah, I think it would have been scarier if we didn't have the Borg Queen, but at the same time, I like her. So it's so weird. Franco Walker says, I'm giving this film an A.
You know what? I think it needs more Harry Mudd.
You want some space pirates?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, Jimmy the boy.
Wait a minute. That's not Harry Mudd. That's
who's that?
That's that other guy, the Kirk's old classmate.
Finnegan?
Finnegan, yeah.
Okay, so needs more Finnegan.
Okay. Well, actually give this an A-. I have all the problems with it. I think the time travel is really I don't like malleable timelines, but it's just a thing that they do sometimes, and so I accept it. And I explained how I didn't like the idea of the Borg Queen. I think it's okay. I think it would be best if it happened after Hugh, but since they timed it back to Best of Both Worlds, I don't like it. And but there's so many things. All that matters is that we get to see Zephram Cochrane, and that makes me forget all the things I don't like about it.
I know, right?
And then I just love it. I love it so much.
Yes.
And I know that there's a bit of a discrepancy with the Zephram Cochrane of Earth and the Zephram Cochrane who's been to Alpha Centauri, and then been with the companion for however long, and the companion heals him and everything. But I don't think the two have to be separate Zephyr Cochrans. I think they could be the same guy. Even though I know I guess the timing doesn't work out as well. And so there are problems with it. But I just love the Phoenix so much.
Yes.
And so I can dismiss some of the time travel and the Borg stuff because of that. And even the Borg stuff that I'm saying I have a problem with. Alice Krieger, she does a wonderful job, and it's all the guest actors do great.
Well, and Jill, the most important part, is this movie better than Nemesis?
It's absolutely better than Nemesis. I mean,
Huzzah!
it's not what I expect from a Star Trek episode. It's a fun action space adventure horror on the ship and space exploration on the planet. But it's got lots of great performances and one-liners, and it's fun.
8 out of 10. Did I say 7? I said 8.
Oh, yeah, 8. Yeah, you did. You gave it a B minus. I give it an A
I give it a B plus.
Oh, the score keeps going up.
Well, you know what? I want to be cynical about it, but I shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
It is adventure.
Oh, I didn't even get to this part of my notes. We didn't even ask it. So we did see the Borg Queen kissing Data, and the question I had in my notes is, did the Borg Queen have sex with Data? Because they did talk about him being fully functional.
Yeah,
and he has various techniques programmed into him.
Well, we don't see it, but we don't ever see that kind of thing on Star Trek, so we have to wonder.
There you go, ladies.
I don't want to think about
Jill doesn't appreciate the romantic, physical love between two Star Trek characters unless
that's right. I think it's gross.
She sees full penetration.
No, I didn't. I don't actually want to see it. You're right. I didn't. I don't know.
But
like,
wait, no, you know what? I'm projecting. I want it. Never mind.
You want it? Okay.
Well, one was a cyborg and one was an android, so they kind of do fit.
Fully functional. Talk to Tasha Yar.
It's just a question. I guess we don't have to answer today.
No, I don't even think I want to doodle it.
Data equals hydraulic. Oh no! I like this comment by Matt G. He says leisure suit Data. That's it.
Nice.
And Mr. Miles has something else too, but I'm not sure if you're allowed to show it though.
Yeah, I could show it, but I'm not going to read it.
Yeah, subscribe to her OnlyFans.
I do not have such a thing.
Jill will send you dick pics all the livelong day.
No, actually, that's you, Scotty.
Oh, no, wait, you're right. That is actually... Sorry, I misspoke.
Oh, wow. DeForest Kelley called Jonathan Frakes to congratulate him on the movie. That's so sweet.
DeForest Kelley was dead.
What?
He was... I don't... When did DeForest Kelley pass away?
Well, then why would Frakes lie about that?
Cred?
He died in 1999, so it's possible he called.
It is possible. Frakes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to discredit Jonathan Frakes.
Yeah, you were.
I was being a douche. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and Frakes was really excited about that, I guess.
And I did not mean... Well, and that's the thing. Like, when it comes down to fandom, it's like, oh, I'm a fan. I know when they lived or died, or I know what they did. Like, these are industry professionals who interacted with each other through sort of like, they had a way. So Sorry for misspeaking, and I didn't mean to be
Oh, you're fine. You're
disrespectful.
fine. Anyway, we all reviewed the film. If you wanted to give a grade PvP, we can go ahead and wrap up this live stream.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Do you want to grade the? Do you want to grade the movie? Do you want to give the movie a grade because we're about to wrap up this live stream?
Give this
You
an
want
A.
to-
I love this
Yeah.
movie.
Hooray!
I think I can't get past Jerry Goldsmith's beautiful theme for this. Every time I listen to it, I tears come to my eyes, and I can't help but sob every time I listen to that beautiful theme from First Contact. I mean, I've always admired Jerry Goldsmith's talent, but my God, this must be one of the best themes he ever wrote. Because, oh God, I'm sorry, I'm checking up, but I just love this theme.
Well, and yeah, it is a beautiful theme. And not only that, he also had his son Joel Goldsmith work on some of the music on the movie, so it's a bit of a family musical production too.
Passing the torch, so to speak, Joel.
Yeah, well, Joel Goldsmith, I think he goes on to do the soundtrack for what is it? He does it something important.
Okay.
Weekend at Bernie's 2.
I'm sorry, but
No.
my sound is a bit screwed up because I didn't believe you. I lost my pissed me off. It said I had an internet connection, and then I lost it because I couldn't get on back.
I
To
got
any
the
of you
answer.
guys.
I got the answer. Is Joel Goldsmith did the soundtrack for Stargate SG-1, Atlantis, and Atlantis.
Oh, that's
so
why
there-
I don't care about it.
I like Atlantis. Atlantis
That's
is-
why you don't care, but at least Sci-Fi Sith Dan cares.
I love Atlantis. Atlantis is a great show.
I love
Yeah,
Atlantis.
Atlantis has one of the best themes in all of sci-fi.
And it also has one of the major characters that's actually a Canadian guy. It's like, yeah!
And you're talking about you're talking about McKay, aren't you?
McKay, you got that right.
McKay. Yeah, I like McKay too.
McKay's
So
cool.
Mr.
He's annoying,
Miles
but
says
he's cool.
this is the best Star Trek film ever made. That's its grade. Wow, I didn't know you thought that this was your favorite
Yeehaw!
Star Trek movie. Hooray
That's
for
pretty high.
Mr.
That's
Miles.
pretty high praise. Yeah,
It really
wow.
is. I like the TOS movies more, but I respect that opinion.
I put it in the top 3 or
Mr.
4, actually.
Mr. Miles, I accept your
Wow, you put in
apology.
the top 4. That's cool.
Well, okay. You want me to listen, Jill? Wrath of Khan.
List.
Star Trek 4, Star Trek 3, and then probably this one. It's probably in my top 4. Yeah.
No.
Fight me.
Well,
Why don't you
their
come to my
opinions.
house?
Scotty,
my
why do you have to
opinion.
why do you have to pick fights for opinions? I don't understand this. What's happening?
Well, what are your top 3?
Top 3 Star Trek movies?
Yes.
The first one is Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home. The second
Agreed.
is
Uh-huh.
Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan. But what's my third?
Yeah.
My third favorite. Motion picture.
And I would go Star Trek 4, followed by Star Trek 5, followed by the motion picture.
Oh, there you go. See, that's really good.
No, it's not. People would punch me in the kidneys.
I'm not. I know why you like marshmallows.
I love marshmallows.
See, this is why I'm controversial, because I saw the first movie, the first Star Trek. We actually couldn't get tickets to the first one because, of course, it was sold out. But the opening night for the first Star Trek movie, we actually got tickets for the second showing at 9 o'clock that night. And all my friends and I, of course, we were huge Trekkies, right? So we piled in the theater. It was, by the way, it was packed. Like you couldn't buy a ticket for like $100, I bet, that night, because It was like the opening night to a movie we'd been dreaming about for a decade, right? So we were hardcore.
Well, and
Tricky fans.
$100 in 1988 was like $7,000 in today dollars.
Yeah, but if I can just finish my thought, thank you,
I'm
Scotty.
making fun
That's
of you.
very
I
cool.
apologize.
I gotta say, I went with my cousin and a couple of friends, and we planted our asses down with our popcorn to see what we've been dreaming about for a decade. It's like,
You
oh
had
my
chairs
god,
made of popcorn?
oh my god, it's like 10 years we've been dreaming about. We never thought. Let's face it, as popular as Star Trek was in syndication through the '70s, we never expected it was going to come back in a big way, right? Because we always thought it was like a kind of a cult thing, right? For us fans. And then we're sitting here, watching, the Star Trek, the first Star Trek movie, and it's like, you know, we get the movie starts and all the great music and everything and all the cool shit. And then we get to the point where Kirk and the crew are flying up to the Enterprise, and we see the Enterprise in dry dock. And it's like, oh crap. I think all of us are probably in tears.
Yeah. Well,
I'll be so
that's a lovely story, PvP. But I think that we've done a great job, and we had a lot of fun, and I think it was
First Contact Day.
First Contact Day. Well, it was kind
Yes.
of a party because I got to have a much longer stream than I normally have,
Yeah, I'm sorry
and
I had to drop out, but my
I
internet
got
dropped out.
700 subscribers, which is always fun because it is tough going, getting subscribers on YouTube. And I really appreciate every single one of you who have subscribed and liked and, have the feels,
So by
as
the end of the
YouTube
year,
Play
we're
Nice
getting
says.
the 1,000 stream, right, Jill?
Yeah. Yes. Happy First Contact Day, everybody. Yes, it's almost as bad as liking Picard musical.
Wow.
I wanted to say,
I'd love
I
to
want to
see a
say
Picard
something I
musical, actually.
didn't know that is really sad. Rest in peace, Joel Goldsmith, the theme from Stargate Atlantis. I didn't know
Oh
he
shit! I
passed.
didn't know he'd passed away too.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
sons of the prophet were valiant and bold and quite unaccustomed to fear.
Yeah,
But
I love
among the
Stargate
more
Atlantis.
valiant,
Yeah.
then, so I've been told, was Abdul Amir.
Oh, and Franco's top 5 are Wrath of Khan, First Contact, Galaxy Quest. Oh yeah, good one. Putting that one in there. Voyage
Nice.
Home, and then the motion picture. Nice
I
list.
wouldn't argue with that at all. I could be quite similar to that listing.
Well, yeah, that sounds like a fun marathon.
Sounds good to me.
Great. And
Hey, by the way, if you guys ever want to do a watch party with a marathon like that, I'm totally
so let's
good
find
with
out
Watch watch parties are for boring people.
No.
Okay,
Well, are you
so
saying I'm boring?
tell us what exciting people do, Scotty, and specifically what you do on the internet and what's coming up next for you.
Well, I am so very much looking forward to oh, what the hell? What do I do? Oh my god. What if I'm boring? Well, the first thing I'm going to be doing is hang on.
Annoying
So the first thing I'm
but
going to
not
be doing.
boring.
Never mind. I have nothing to promote.
Hey, come on, try again, please.
What?
You don't want to promote anything? Okay, Scotty
No,
is
I
on
do.
my channel.
I do. I'm on Anti-Derivative Jail. We're going to be talking about what is the next Star Trek episode?
All our yesterdays.
ATOS. I cannot wait to talk about Mr. ATOS. So that's going to be on Tuesday. And then after that, going to be talking about Event Horizon on the Phantasmagorium. And then also doing a weekly show with Cinema Gulp, who is one of the most supportive guys. And he's been doing, he has a team of people and they've been doing stuff for like 8 years. So you absolutely have to subscribe to Cinema Gulp. And then one of my favorite movies, it is the definition of post-apocalyptic punk rock. I think we're going to have a time with a little bit of Tank Girl, right?
Sure, it's gonna be amazing and it's gonna be fun. And Retro Nerd Girl will be there. And and so that's gonna be an amazing time. Thank you so much, Scotty, for celebrating First Contact Day with us. And thank you, Price of Reason. It was a surprise that you showed up and you did a great job. I really enjoyed everything you had to say. What do you have going on?
Well, I have my regular channel, Price of Reason, and I have my live channel, which is Price of Reason Live, and I do reviews on the main one and kind of live streams about Quantum Leap and other kind of stuff I like on the live one. The live one is a newer channel, and then from time to time I pop up on some streams, and usually if you follow me on Twitter, you can see what I'm doing and where I'm at and all that good stuff. But congratulations on 700, and thank you for inviting me. I'm really happy that I was able to spend First Contact Day with you, and yeah, it's cool. Thank you.
Yeah, you're
Oh, and
welcome.
thank
I'm
you to the
getting your
chat and to
links right
everybody
now
here.
too. Yeah, I know. The chat was so awesome.
So nice to hang out with you, dude.
Same, man. Same. It was fun.
Oh, I'm looking for your other channel. I don't see it.
It's called Price
Like
of
Price.
Reason Live. Or if you go
Yeah.
to my regular one, Price of Reason, and you look at channels, there's one that looks like the blue one with like
Oh, but now it's pink.
pink with a microphone. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, there you go. Sweet. And so while that's happening, Sci-Fi Sit Dan, what are you up to?
Oh, besides, on my channel, I usually do cover sci-fi TV shows or movies, or any other subjects, depending how well versed I am in those. On my channel, I got different sci-fi TV shows or movies I review. I got a few lists of that, and I do AI art generate artwork for different fan fiction ideas. Like my latest videos to be released were an MCU Star Trek or Star Wars crossover. See how the characters in that would act if they were in that universe. I usually do my live streams 4 to 6 Pacific Time PM, but I decided to take a break since I just concluded my first season of live streams. I may return to them in a few weeks or a few months. And that's all I have to say. But I do have a question for PvP if he's willing to ask without putting him too much on the spot. PvP, have you bought or rented out a video maker recently to try to start putting playlists or music videos on your YouTube channel? Or have you not figured it out yet?
That's a perfect segue to talk about PvP and what he's doing today, because we do have to go now.
You there, PvP?
What do you? Yeah, are you there? I think he's not there, and that's okay. PvP makes playlists. He makes music playlists on his channel. He does not yet make content yet, but there you go.
The only thing you have to know about PvP is that he's a Rush fan. If you are a Rush fan, then you will enjoy PvP. If you are not a Rush fan, more than likely not.
Well, to be honest, I think that Rush have really good musicians in them, but the singer sounds like Rumpelstiltskin.
And this is why you and I can be friends.
Well, good.
Oh, that ended so much better than I thought it was going to. So, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were gone, and so I was just doing you a favor. All right.
Oh, don't bring them back.
Well, we gotta close up the show, so I think
We do
everything's
have to
okay.
close up the show. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. So
I enjoy
I've got
PvP, but he's very loquacious.
I've got a Star Trek show, and I'm sure he's doing fine. I've got a Star Trek show on Tuesdays and at noon.
Really?
Yeah, really. But I'm already on the last 2 episodes.
Oh,
All
man.
are yesterday.
I should have watched them.
No, well, you can go back and watch the replays.
I will.
Hooray. And then on Friday, of course, we'll have Tank Girl. So you basically already said all the things I'm doing. Except one thing. You didn't say Nerdporial. On Thursday, I'm going to be on Nerdporial's channel on his Chillporial stream. I'm not sure what we're going to talk about yet. That's still in the works. And so we're going to have a lot of fun with that. He's awesome.
Such a good dude.
And so I will talk to you guys later. And goodbye, everybody.
Ta-ta for now.
Here's a preview for all our yesterdays.
Wait, I haven't prepared you. Defend yourself. There's the Mort's accomplice. Arrest him. We are the law. Jim, what's the matter? Jim. Lord Elvis, what's that?
It's spirits.
Do you know what it's like to be alone?
Yes. You listen to me, you pointed-eared Vulcan.
I don't like that. I don't think I ever did, and now I'm sure.
He's a witch! He's a witch!
There's nothing to do with it. At least let me talk to you. There are witches.
Witch! Witch! Anya!
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
All right, move along. Done. Stop it. Get off of the things. Go outside. Get some food. It's like, it's a time of day where you live. Go do something. Shut up, Snoopy. I don't care. You smoke too much. Let's go. Let's go adventure. Let's go explore.
See you around the galaxy.